providential goodness, has appointed the officers of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order. I have one announcement to make. Honorable members will recall that on Tuesday, 14th February 2023, I reminded the House on the request by the Ministry of Technology and Science for members to indicate areas of priority in their constituencies that require construction of communication towers in order to improve communication. This is yet another reminder. As earlier stated, the information should be submitted to the Journals and Table Office Department by close of business tomorrow, Friday, 17th February 2023. I thank you. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Madam Speaker, as directed by Madam Speaker following a matter of urgent public importance raised by Honorable Joel Chiwe, MP for Ron constituency, on Tuesday, 14th February 2023, I wish to update this august House on the welfare of Zambian nationals in the Republic of Turkey following the devastating earthquake that took place recently. Madam Speaker, the House may recall that on Monday, 6th February 2023, Gaziantep, southern Turkey, was hit by a 7.8 magnitude earthquake around 04 hours. The epicenter of the earthquake also affected parts of central Turkey as well as neighboring Syria, where buildings were leveled to the ground while people were asleep. The Turkey Disaster and Emergency Management Authority, AFAD, has so far reported that nearly 35,000 people died, while casualties continue to be reported due to the devastating effect of the calamity. In the immediate aftermath of the earthquake, the Embassy of the Republic of Zambia in Ankara carried out a check on all known Zambian nationals in Gaziantep, beg pardon, Madam Speaker, who are mostly students. I am pleased to inform this august House that no Zambian national is reported to have lost their life, to have lost either life or limb as a result of the earthquake. However, 6 self-sponsored Zambian students from Dikle University in Diyarbakir of southeastern Turkey and the epicenter of the earthquake were in distress after their apartment collapsed. The students had challenges of food and shelter, and the situation was compounded by very low temperatures, this being the winter season in that country. In that regard, Madam Speaker, our embassy in Ankara was authorized to undertake swift arrangements to evacuate the students from Diyarbakir to Ankara. Our students arrived in Ankara on 8 February 2023. Madam Speaker, the House may further be informed that on 10 February 2023, the embassy evacuated to Ankara an additional 3 Zambian students who are currently pursuing their studies in Kayseri city of Turkey. This followed guidance from the university management that many buildings in Kayseri city, including the students' apartments, were left with cracks, thus rendering them uninhabitable and unsafe. This latest evacuation exercise brings the total number of students under the care of the government of the Republic of Zambia through our mission in Ankara to nine, beg pardon, Madam Speaker. The government, through our Ankara office, is providing accommodation and other necessities to our students. Madam Speaker, the House may further be advised that 2 students located in an area called Gaziantep, as earlier mentioned, near the epicenter, assured the mission that they would not require evacuation as they were not adversely affected. Another student who was studying in an area called Adana, also near the epicenter, has since traveled back to Zambia at the facilitation of her parents. The Ministry would like to call upon all parents and guardians of the affected students, as well as members of the public and the diaspora, to rest assured that this hard-working and committed government continues to ensure, Madam Speaker, the safety and well-being of our nationals in Turkey. Madam Speaker, the Ministry wishes to state that there are 150 known Zambian nationals in Turkey, mainly comprising students pursuing their studies at various universities across the country, as well as former students. However, only 108 are registered with the Zambian embassy in Ankara. Our Zambian nationals are predominantly domiciled in Ankara, Istanbul, Izmir, Kayseri, Diyarbakir, Adana, Antalya, and Samsun. Of the 150, there are a few currently working for various organizations, while some have integrated into the Turkish society over the years. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that our mission has continued to monitor the well-being of the non-Zambians in Gaziantep province and the surrounding provinces in the aftermath of the earthquake. The embassy staff has been reaching out to the Zambian community through the different online platforms to encourage them to immediately report to the embassy any Zambian national adversely affected by the earthquake and in urgent need of assistance. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to be advised on behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Zambia that Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, conveyed deepest condolences to the government and the people of the Republic of Turkey on the tragedy suffered in that country. Madam Speaker, additionally, my brother, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Honorable Stanley Kakubo, MP, has equally spoken on telephone with his Turkish counterpart, reaffirming Zambia's sincere commiseration with the families and people of that country. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, while the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation remains actively seized with this matter, we wish to reiterate our call to all Zambian nationals who may not have registered with the embassy to do so in order to enable the mission account for them. Our mission will continue to closely monitor the situation as it evolves, and the nation will be updated as and when need arises. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. The Honorable Member of Oron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, for that detailed statement. Madam Speaker, I have observed that the ministerial statement has mostly anchored on the welfare of the students. Madam Speaker, you agree with me that Turkey is well known for a lot of fabrics, including some of the suits that we are putting on, including the footwear. I would want to find out from the Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs as to whether due diligence and consideration was taken on whether any Zambian business person was in that particular area where the earthquake occurred, and indeed also, Madam Speaker, on the issue of footballers. Turkey is also known for attracting athletics. And to that extent, it is reported, Madam Speaker, that one player from Ghana up to now is missing. Could the Honorable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs state as to whether government has taken into consideration of our businessmen and ladies, including, if at all, there were any other footballers or athletes who were not taken on the government list of the 150 numbers that you have mentioned? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the responsibility of our mission is in respect of all Zambians, regardless of their status, whether students, footballers, business persons. As at the time that the statement was prepared, it was 150 Zambians across the spectrum that were taken into consideration and accounted for. If there are any persons who may have entered the country without having given our mission knowledge of that fact, then our appeal is that such persons must make themselves known. But insofar as the scoping exercise that was undertaken by the mission, it covers 150 known Zambians, including, for the avoidance of doubt, persons in various professions, whether business persons, footballers, or as the case may be. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and my condolences to the people of Turkey for the loss of those colleagues of ours. Honorable Minister, you have indicated that the number of Zambian nationals are 150. Have we done the statistics of how many are the students and how many are non-students, and establishing exactly what type of businesses they are doing? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I recall correctly, the point of urgent public importance was in regard to whether or not our nationals would have lost life or limb. It was not about the statistics. Who is a student, who is a footballer, etc. Insofar as is material, the matter at hand before this honorable house, this august house, is whether our nationals have died, and we have taken the necessary steps in relation to that. Madam Speaker, the statistics are available or may be availed on request at the ministry. For the purposes of this ministerial statement, we have not produced those figures. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that ministerial statement. Apart from relying on our foreign mission in Ankara, did you also take stock of Zambians maybe who traveled from, did you take stock from these airlines, Zambians who could have traveled during that period, apart from just relying from our mission in Turkey?
The question is similar to the one that the Honorable Member for Ron was asking. Can we make progress? It looks like we don't have any more questions. We can move to the next item. I have also permitted the Honorable Minister of Health to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to update the members of this august house, and indeed through them the general public, on the status of the COVID-19 epidemic in our country and guidance on congregate settings. The House may wish to recall that on Tuesday, the 14th of February 2023, the Honorable Speaker directed that a ministerial statement be issued on the national status with regards to the COVID-19 situation, so that as we sit in the House, we are aware of what is happening. This will indeed enable us to implement whatever measures need to be taken to prevent the outbreak of the pandemic. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that our government, through the Ministry of Health, working closely with the Zambia National Public Health Institute, known as ZNPHI, through a multi-sectorial approach, is currently responding to outbreaks of measles, cholera, and scabies, in addition to the ongoing COVID-19 epidemic in various parts of the country. We are also on high surveillance alert for polio, following the isolation of circulating polio viruses in sewer samples from Kitwe, with 2 cases, and Mfrila, also 2 cases, on the Copper Belt, and the current outbreaks in Malawi, Mozambique, and the DRC. We also report a notable increase in clinically diagnosed mumps. The patients are all treated accordingly. Madam Speaker, allow me to remind this august House that the government of the Republic of Zambia, through the able leadership of His Excellency, the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, attaches great importance to securing the health of the nation. Zambia has been in a response mode to COVID-19 since the 18th of March 2020, when the country recorded its first 2 cases. Since then, all districts have been affected, and now the country is going through its 4th wave. As of the 15th of February 2023, the nation had recorded a cumulative total of 342,511 cases, 813 of whom are currently active, and a total of 4,053 deaths. To note is that a total of 23 COVID-19 deaths have since been reported only in 2023. Of the 813 currently with active infection, 10 are hospitalized, with 4 needing oxygen, while the rest are under home management. We have so far seen a reduction in the positivity over the last few weeks, from the highest of 8% in the week of the 9th and 15th of January 2023 to the current 3.9%. The vaccination to ensure that protected is ongoing. Currently, the country is at 80.1% coverage. However, we still do have few districts with COVID-19 vaccination coverage below what we call target, and these will range between 56% to 69%. The 7 districts are namely Lumezi District, Lunte District, Nsama District, Lusaka District, Petauke District, Vubwi District, and Chama District. The teams under the Ministry of Health with ZNPHI are continuing with active case finding and follow-ups of contacts. In addition, those under home management and eligible to receive the medicine that reduces the chances of disease progressing to severe illness are receiving this medication in various health facilities across the country. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that I did announce that we now currently have medication for COVID. Madam Speaker, for the country to maintain the gains it has made in the fight against COVID-19, the government has put the following measures in place: active case finding and enhanced surveillance across the country to ensure early detection, confirmation, and referral of cases for prompt and appropriate care. Capacity building for all our frontline health workers in the country, with continuing monitoring and training of the newly recruited staff to maintain high standards of care in the facilities and mitigate the impact this may have on other essential health services. Mobilization and pre-positioning of COVID-19 drugs and other supplies necessary for management of the sick and infection prevention, both in health facilities and the community. The provincial and district epidemic preparedness, prevention, control, and management committees and the respective public health emergency operations centers remain active to enhance coordination for the response and recovery and monitor any potential resurgence in the number of cases. Community engagement of our populations using local structures and media platforms with an emphasis on vaccination for all eligible individuals. Established platform for daily data sharing from all the cross-border and hotspot districts. Lastly, continued vaccination and provision of booster doses across all age groups in the country. This has been made possible using government resources as well as those made available by our local and international partners, which falls under the Office of the Vice President, has produced good results in controlling a very large outbreak that was anticipated in December of 2022. I wish to acknowledge all the parties that have played a role to this success. Madam Speaker, I note the concern among my fellow honorable members of this august House with regards to the sitting arrangement during parliamentary sittings. You may all wish to note that the guidance on the current sitting was based on the high transmission rates then and the risk of an upsurge due to what was seen globally and specifically among countries in the Southern African region, especially during Christmas into January, the month of January. Allow me to remind the House that the COVID-19 transmission, while not so high now, is ongoing. We have noted that the majority of persons who we hospitalize are those not vaccinated and or have other underlying conditions. Our aim, therefore, is to safeguard such persons from severe infections. You may remember that COVID-19 is spread in three main ways, these being: one, breathing in air when close to an infected person who is exhaling small droplets and particles that contain the virus. And Madam Speaker, you know we are so squeezed up in this House, unfortunately. Two, having these small droplets and particles that contain the virus land on the eyes, nose, or mouth, especially through splashes and sprays like a cough or sneeze. Again, from time to time, we, among ourselves, there's a lot of coughing and sneezing. Three, touching eyes, touching your nose or mouth with hands that have the virus on them. A person can spread COVID-19 before they develop symptoms. This is being what we call pre-symptomatic. Madam Speaker, considering the route of transmission, continued risk of infection, and current low transmission status of the epidemic, we wish to propose the following. One, the sitting in the Parliament reverts to normal, with all physically participating to sit in the main chamber. However, Madam Speaker, the option to sit in the side rooms should be granted to those feeling vulnerable to possible infection. Two, the members of Parliament sitting in the main chambers being encouraged to wear masks in order to protect themselves and also to protect others. Three, high levels of hand hygiene be maintained by regular washing of hands with soap and water or alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Four, we encourage all to get vaccinated and when eligible. There is need for the booster dose also to be taken. Five, our rapid response teams under the guidance of the ZMPHI will support the management of the environment. The ZPHI, together with the case management teams, will ensure availability of tests and treat facilities at the National Assembly Clinic. Therefore, if anyone feels unwell or feel their temperature rising, they can quickly access these facilities. Six, as the members of Parliament visit their constituencies, they must guide the members of their communities to maintain high levels of environmental and personal hygiene. To the members of the public, through you, Madam Speaker, I wish to reiterate that COVID-19 is still in transmission. It is important, therefore, that while we have eased off restrictions on congregate settings and socialization, the members of the public are encouraged to follow all public health measures that will protect them from disease. These include avoiding unnecessary crowding, wearing of masks in high-risk areas such as the health facilities. Those who feel vulnerable to getting the disease should be encouraged to wear masks, especially in public places and gatherings. 3, maintaining high level of environmental and personal hygiene. In this regard, we advise those offering public and social services to provide facilities for good hand hygiene and sanitation purposes. We encourage all eligible persons to get vaccinated and also receive a booster dose at advised time. Vaccines are available for all 12 years and above across the country. Those unwell must always visit the healthcare facilities to get properly diagnosed and treated accordingly. As I conclude, allow me to make a clarion call to all stakeholders, and that is to remain committed and play their role in ensuring we are able to adequately enhance community engagement and get our populations adequately vaccinated when required, as well as remaining adherent to suggested public health and social interventions. Madam Speaker, I thank you as I submit.
Thank you very much for that ministerial statement. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Health, the Leader of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I note that from your statement, you showed concern regarding the sitting arrangement here in Parliament, which you described as maybe highly congested. My question is, what measures are you putting in place in places like schools, especially now that we have free education? We have a number of learners, learning from, the same classrooms. Are there specific measures the ministry is putting in place to ensure the safety of these learners? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for that important question. Indeed, we recently opened schools, but as you heard me speak, I said that we have a committee under the Office of the Vice President, which committee is one with all the sectors, which is a multi-sector, where all the important ministries regarding populations under their charge, like Ministry of Education, participate. And one of the measures which we undertook was to ensure that the schools were sanitized just before the schools opened, ensuring that there's water supply, soap, and also ensuring that children are protected where they're crowded, like they can also be allowed to put on masks. I'm sure you will note that a number of schools are actually following some of the measures that we have announced. But of course, there are challenges, especially in the rural areas where it may not be possible for children to find these masks. But I want to state that one of the positive points is that we have done very well when it comes to vaccinating young ones from 12 years above, and these are school-going children. So I can safely say that we have hit the 70% in most, if not all, the schools as I speak now. So once the children are at least vaccinated, chances of getting the COVID is slim. But even if they did, we see from experience that those that are vaccinated are not getting severe illness. They are not ending up in hospital. We have also noted that, and this is why we keep saying, I think it's about yourself as an individual to protect yourself around. Some people now just stay at home, get medication, and they don't even, get to the hospital. So this is why it's important. And for COVID, it seems common among your type, Honorable. Our type. We are the people who have been traveling around. So it is really advisable that we protect ourselves. And I hope that members, Madam Speaker, sitting in here have had at least 2 boosters. If you don't, try to get it from the clinic here. I think it will be important that we are all protected by first getting vaccinated and getting the boosters. And when you have a flu of some kind, I think it's better to keep away, or at least make sure you cover yourself. And like I've suggested, I think it will be necessary for us to have two parts, not all of us to be here. Today we don't have many of the MPs, ministers here, but you see we are very squeezed. And even just generally, I think it's unhealthy. Even if you talk about just natural hygiene, we are too squeezed up. So the idea by Parliament to really have two rooms used is a very good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there is a need to build another chamber because members would want to sit in one place. Yes. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Minister of Health, thank you very much for that statement. Honorable Madam Speaker, I would want to know from the Minister which first 3 provinces and 5 districts countrywide are on top in terms of the vaccination coverage, which stands at 80.1 as per the Minister's statement. What measures did these provinces and districts put in place to encourage the people get vaccinated? And Minister, what is the ministry doing to visitors who are coming to this country, Zambia, from other countries which are very much affected by the COVID-19? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's best if each honorable member just asks one question so that we have give opportunity to other members also to ask. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, we know by now the countries which are quite high in terms of positivity. And what Zambia has done basically is to maintain the status whereby visitors coming from outside Zambia have to show PCR, rather a certificate to show that they were vaccinated. And if we also have machines which take temperature automatically as you enter the airport. And if the health authorities at the airport see that your temperature is high, they confine you to make sure that they check you again. So that's basically what we're doing. As regards which provinces was the first, I know that Central Province, where the MP is coming from, was among the best, and then Copper Belt, Northwestern, those were the best. At the moment, almost all the provinces are doing quite well, save for the 7 districts which I have mentioned in the statement. And it's unfortunate that Lusaka is one of those, considering the high numbers of population. And how did others achieve the 70 and now? In fact, some districts are above 80. We have districts that are 90, 95. I think there's some districts that are generally orderly. And unfortunately, Lusaka is one of the most disorderly cities. I suppose being the capital city, the influences, the mixed grill of people coming from other 9 provinces to come and stay here. And the huge population, obviously. I think that the local government has to do a lot of work. We don't have traditional authorities in Lusaka City. Parliament, namely the 7 members of Parliament, have a lot of work to do, and I hope that they can really take this issue seriously in their various constituencies, working with their councillors. I have noted that in other districts, local authorities played a very key role, including members of Parliament. And where a member of Parliament participates at community level, that's where we have stars going up. But where MPs haven't been active, where councillors have not been active, where you are depending on Ministry of Health to do the work, I think we have seen challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to ask a follow-up question. Minister of Health, thank you for your statement. And also, let me wish a quick recovery to the people affected in my constituency and Zambia at large. Minister of Health, in Petauke Central constituency, when I was visiting some schools and markets and churches, I can see that everything is just in a normal way, despite being affected with high numbers. And also, my son was affected. He was a 9-year-old boy, was also affected with COVID, was diagnosed with COVID from school. But I haven't seen any measures being put to say maybe there'll be certain measures put so that school-going children, churches in markets, they should be followed. So I'm asking these areas, including my district, which is affected, what measures have you put to stop this spread of COVID, especially in schools and churches? Because as a member of Parliament for Petauke, the good people of Petauke, I'm very worried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we ask questions, let's be brief to the point, and also the answer should be brief to the point so that we are able to allow as many members of Parliament to participate. And also the female members or female or women MPs, please, we want to hear your voice. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the MP for the information, the feedback that he's giving through his question. I've taken note. We will see what further measures can be taken into Petauke in particular. Suffice to say that the measures we are doing in schools, which I have already articulated, is the same measures. Maybe, like I said, that areas differ. I would like to ask that he gets very active himself and his councillors. We work with Ministry of Health and ZNPHI to put a deliberate program in just to improve.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kavata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I've listened to the statistics that you have given about the total infection in the country, the active cases that we have, and the deaths that we have, and those that are on oxygen and those that are hospitalized. I wanted to find out what is the status of the the supply, what is the status of the COVID supply test kits in these health facilities or districts that are affected with these active cases that we've had?
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question. I want to state that we stopped the testing of every, in the beginning we were testing in all the places. We had to reduce on that because obviously test kits are expensive. So what we did then was to say that only those that are going into hospitals, all those that go through hospitals must be tested. So to that extent, we have the test kits for that. Currently, under ZNPHI, they are also doing some daily rapid testing, where you don't necessarily have to wait for somebody. So, for example, they can come here and test all the members of parliament. In fact, I was hoping that members would say, can you arrange that tomorrow morning before you enter here, everybody gets tested before they come in, so that we're able to establish the levels, whether all of us are okay or not okay. So I think for that purpose, we are okay. Thank you.
I don't know now whether honorable members are willing to be tested tomorrow. Yes. Yes, so maybe if the honorable minister can arrange for tomorrow so that we know the status. Yes. Okay, thank you. The honorable member for Ron.
Thank you very much once more, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for that comprehensive statement. And we can only wish you all the best in the efforts that you are trying to put up in fighting this scourge. Madam Speaker, with the commencement of the rehabilitation of the National Assembly Motel, which is a good thing, your members, Madam Speaker, have been scattered across the city in various lodges. And one of these lodges, Madam Speaker, was known to have been an isolation center during the epic of the COVID during that time. Madam Speaker, I would want to find out from the Honourable Minister as to whether that facility has been disinfected so that the comfort of Honourable General Sitwala, Honourable Kambon, and including myself who are at that facility, can be with a free mind. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll add 10 more minutes. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, all the facilities that were being used as isolation have been disinfected. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Minister of Health, for that comprehensive statement. Honourable Minister, as a country, of course, we are hit with several epidemics besides the COVID-19. How prepared is the Ministry of Health in terms of medical supplies for curative measures vis-a-vis like framework contracts, whereby when we are hit by a cholera outbreak, we would be able just to call for treatment without paying cash right at the moment. How prepared are you in terms of medical supplies framework contracts? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your question. First of all, is to take note when the Honorable says we are faced with a lot of epidemics, and it's true, we are, as a country, and it must worry all of us. Currently, we have many, many different diseases that are spreading across the country because of, obviously, diseases don't know borders. And so whatever affects another country if you look at the cholera itself, it's the east. Why? Because of Mozambique, because of Malawi. You are hearing about the northern region because of Congo. And so it calls for really working together first of all, sharing information, and members, us members who are elected, who are leaders at community level, working together and sharing information so that people become equipped. Because when you are equipped, you know how you can prevent polio, for example, or measles, or whatever the case may be. It helps. But also it calls for development, looking at the factors causing, especially issues of water supply, by my brother here, Minister of Water Supply and Sanitation. And therefore, it calls for us allocating our CDF on priority areas, water supply, toilets, making sure we have good quality toilets and flushed toilets as the President has directed, and just ensuring personal hygiene, environment, garbage, and discouraging people from selling foods on the streets, and just discouraging this whole concept of street vending. Because really, at the end of the day, it's better to die hungry than to die from an infection because you ate contaminated food. I think that we need to reach a stage in Zambia, as Zambians, all of us, and help each other and help our people, you know, maybe to diversify in terms of business. I think this street vending is really, we are sitting on a time bomb as a country. Every night, Madam Speaker, when I sleep, I am so scared to hear that there's an outbreak in Lusaka. If you recall the Kanyama outbreaks, that time, the cholera outbreaks in Lusaka, thousands and thousands of people died just in Lusaka. And so we can prevent it by ensuring that we are careful. Coming specifically to the issue of drugs, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to state that we've made great progress as a ministry through ZAMSA to get to a point this year, whereas the story of drugs will be routine. We are, what I would say, comfortable, but still not good enough. But we are hoping that by end of March, end of April, this issue would have been fully stabilized so that it becomes routine. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for calling on us women also to participate. I want to ask the Minister of Health if there is any deliberate program to sensitize the public to avoid procuring drugs for COVID just without prescription. I ask this because we have had COVID-19 from 2019, and of course the public knows that we all use azithromycin, and there's a danger of people just going on the counter to procure, to prescribe for themselves once they have got symptoms like a flu and other things. Do they have any deliberate program to sensitize the public to avoid buying drugs on the counter, to avoid resistance to the drugs? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Honorable, that is a very important question that you have asked. Very, very important. Because, Madam Speaker, we have a situation in the country where Zambians, we have this tendency of self-prescription. You know, some people, they're sick from BP, or, you know, they're sick from this sickness, and they were once prescribed, and after that, whenever they have those similar symptoms, they don't even go to the hospital, they just go to a pharmacy. It's against the law for a pharmacy to give out drugs that require a prescription. And this year, through through ZAMRA, the regulatory institution, and also HPCZ, we are putting programs in place, one, to sensitize the public, to sensitize the pharmacists that it is against the law, and also to act decisive and apply the law. And you will see it very shortly, maybe this month, that these two institutions will start moving and people will have their licenses revoked. I wish to use this opportunity to speak to those that are in the medical field in terms of business, pharmacies, and also the public. One, do not go to a drugstore and get a drug that you're not supposed to get across the counter. But the worst culprits are those that are selling these drugs. If you are found, you'll be in trouble. Madam Speaker, just last week, a young lady died because she went and bought some insulin across the table without a prescription and overdosed herself. And as I speak now, she was buried. And this is a very big case which we are investigating now, and action will be taken against the pharmacists that actually sold these. So it is very, very important that both consumers and sellers understand that it is against the law and there is punitive measures against such actions. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Masaiti.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Minister, Madam Speaker, has just given cumulative number of confirmed cases that have been recorded. I'm sure this includes dates. Now, Madam Speaker, members of the public do share and circulate messages concerning COVID-19 cases on social media platforms. Now, what measures has the Minister and her ministry put in place to curb against anyone circulating this misinformation on social media platforms? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your important question. The tragedy of our country today, Madam Speaker, is social media. Unfortunately, the social media use by our people has been misunderstood. Instead of using social media to promote good, life and development, we are using it to destroy ourselves as a country. And unfortunately, we hope that ZICTA can begin to bite, considering that there is an act in place against people that abuse social media. What I also just want to state is that there is only one institution currently that is mandated to give official data on COVID numbers and indeed other pandemics, and this is the ZNPHI. So people should not follow any information regarding COVID or indeed any pandemic except under the Ministry of Health and in particular under ZNPHI. That's why from time to time the Minister of Health gives updates on various diseases, because we want people to follow the official Ministry of Health website and the official institution that has been mandated to deal with pandemics, that is the Zambia National Public Health Institute, known as ZNPHI. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I would encourage the honorable members who have indicated but have not been able to ask their questions to continue engaging with the Honorable Minister of Health on this matter or any other matter relating to health. Thank you very much. Question for oral answer, under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Chembe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 132. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Honorable Mpundo is asking the question, when the government will undertake a comprehensive rehabilitation of Kandamufumu Clinic in Chembe District, of the delay in commencing the rehabilitation works is. Our response, Madam Speaker, government has already started by repairing the leaking roof at the pharmacy unit and water reticulation system. Other works have been submitted to the local authority for consideration under the CDF. B, the delay in commencing the rehabilitation works was due to non-availability of funds at the time. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Chembe.
Madam Speaker, the question has been answered accordingly. It's just that it was asked some time back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've seen that there are challenges. Questions take long when they are asked to be answered. So I think we need to improve on this. So that question, as soon as a question is submitted, is attended to. Let's make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member for Gwembe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 133.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Gwembe, Honorable Tyson Simuzingiri, asked the following questions. A, whether the government has any plans to establish a border post between Zambia and Zimbabwe in its purpose area in Gwembe district. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. C, what the estimated cost of the project is. And D, what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is. Madam Speaker, in responding to the question raised by the Honorable Simuzingili, I wish to inform the House as follows. A, the government has no immediate plans to establish a border post between Zambia and Zimbabwe in Chief Purpose area in Gwembe district. The House may wish to note that the following conditions must be met to establish a border post. 1, availability of a border facility on the corresponding neighboring country. 2, adequate number of people reported to be crossing the border in a month. 3, in a case of a natural barrier, such as water body, there must be reliable water transport or a bridge to guarantee safety or safe passage of people and cargo. And D, the area should be far from a gazetted border post. B, the plans will be implemented when the above-mentioned conditions are met. C, the cost is determined by the type of border post earmarked for construction. And D, the scope of the project would determine the time frame for its completion. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions, if any, the Honorable Member for Gwembe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we have a challenge, and we are all aware that the barrier between our people in Chief's people and across who are related is the Lake Kariba. There is a lot of traffic, Honorable Minister, between Zimbabwe and Zambia in Chief's people. There is illicit trade that is going on. A lot of our cattle, goats, they are stolen to Zimbabwe and vice versa. And our own relatives, our people, Honorable Minister, my own relatives are across. For us to go to Zimbabwe, we either go to Livingstone or Siavonga, for us to go to Binga, very far place. The cry of the people of Gwembe was that maybe in order to unite us on both sides, since we are separated by the lake, and for the economic emancipation of this country, we were asking that maybe border passes. We are asking for reliable water transport so that we can be able to visit our relatives as and when. It should not be really a taboo for us because of the water we must be separated from our relatives. This is our plea, Honorable Minister. I submit.
That was a statement. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, do you have any comment?
Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the sentiments that are being expressed by my honorable colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Gwembe, pertaining to the need of a border post in Chipepo. As I indicated in my answer, Madam Speaker, we cannot establish a border post on the Zambian side if there is no corresponding border post on the Zimbabwean side. The only solution we have now is to advise our people to go to Namafulo, which is 80 kilometers away from Chipepo, in order for them to access Zimbabwe, where our relatives are. I'm also aware that even in Ilonga, we have similar problems for them to go to Congo. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you so very much for the answers and for this question. In Mitete, Washish, on the corresponding side of Angola, our colleagues have a post, and we do not have. When are we going to establish ours according to the conditions which you've laid, taking advantage of this question? Madam Speaker, thank you so very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Honorable Member for Mitete, the question here is in relation to Gwembe. The Honorable Minister might be taken by surprise and will not be able to answer your question. Probably you can put in a question yourself. Looks like there are no other questions. We can make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 134.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Bwacha, Honorable Mr. Mushanga, who asks the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development the following questions. Number one, when the tarring of the Kabwe Mukonchi Luano Road under the Piccadilly Road project will commence. B, what has caused the delay in commencing the project? C, how many kilometers will be covered under the project? And D, whether the project will include some township roads in the Kabwe district. Madam Speaker, we answer as follows. A, the tarring of the Kabwe Mukonchi Luano Road under the Piccadilly Road project has been postponed following the postponement of new and a pipeline date, the date contraction by the Minister of Finance and National Planning
in order to keep the country's debt at sustainable levels. B, the project has not commenced due to funding challenges, as the originally planned source of funds for the project could not be actualized so as to keep the country's debt at sustainable levels. Number C, a total of 312 kilometers of road were earmarked for upgrading to bituminous standard under the project. D, the scope of works on the project includes 20 kilometers of township roads in Kabwe district. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Minister. Thank you so much for the response given to this important question. In responding to question A, Minister, you've indicated that this project is being postponed. Then in B, you indicated that it is due to funding. C, you indicated that it is 312 kilometers. The area of interest is in D. Since this project, Honorable Minister, is being postponed, any project to be initiated by your ministry to work on township roads in Kabwe, because 20 kilometers, as we responded in D, 20 kilometers would have made a very big difference in working on township roads in Kabwe district. Now that this project has been postponed, any plan by your ministry to work on dilapidated roads in both constituencies, that is Kabwe Central and Wacha Parliamentary constituents, including the other road furnitures like drainages? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, there are two reasons why this particular project has been postponed. The first one, as explained, is the decision by the Minister of Finance to suspend all debt agreements or loan funding agreements where disbursements had not taken place. The second reason was that this was what is called contractor fund facilitated project, where the contractor was supposed to get the loan funding. The contractor was not able to do it in particular time. But as regards your supplementary question, or the Honorable Member's supplementary question about the extra 20 kilometers, it must be understood that even when these are added onto a main contract, these are not given free of charge. Ultimately, the country pays for those extra kilometers as townships. Yes, it is a method that we use as a ministry to cover some township roads. With respect to Kabwe, I would ask that don't say any further than this, because we're waiting for an announcement very soon. Hopefully then we'll be able to discuss with the Honorable Member to see which way we are going to go. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. There is a promise there, although it's not been said. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. And at least, though it has not been mentioned, but I can see that there is something that is coming up. But I just want to ask a follow-up question on the first A, where you said it has been postponed. May we know, is it indefinitely, or maybe it's a known year when this project was going to come up again? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This particular project, as we said, covered a distance of 312 kilometers from Kabwe through Mukonchi all the way to Mukushi at a place where there are commercial farmers of originally of foreign origins, and in the early days, their place to themselves looked like Piccadilly, so that's why it was called Piccadilly, and that's why the road is called Piccadilly. It was going to be undertaken by this particular contractor who was going to get a loan funding, but that is not the method of funding that we would go for, particularly at this time. However, we have had an interest from one potential investor to put it in as a PPP. Looking at the potential volumes of traffic, I doubt very much whether it will be commercially viable. But however, we are not discouraging that potential investor. We are still discussing with them. And if something comes up, then this particular road will then be done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mbawala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Honourable Minister, I wanted to just do a follow-up question to find out for roads of shorter nature that need tarmac, such as the Muyove to Dundumwezi Road in Mbabara constituency, as well as the Mbabara to Pemba Road. These are of shorter nature, just the 13 to 20 kilometers. What is the plan for such of shorter nature? Do we have any plans to tar them? We will be able to grade them under CDF, but to tar them, Honorable Minister, now that we have an excellent Honorable Minister in the ministry. Thank you.
Now, I'm just wondering how Mbawala found itself in Kabwe. The question is specific. We are talking about the roads in Kabwe. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, this road is very economical. This road moves from Kabwe to Luano, from Luano to Masansa, and Masansa to Mukushi. And I remember that at one time we had an engagement with the Minister of Finance then, Honorable Mtati, who gave us an assurance that this project is going to take off. Now, when you say this project has been postponed, why have we postponed this project? Because there was a counter-funding over this project, from what I understood. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member because obviously he takes an interest in this particular project. It depends on the definition of commercial viability. The area where this road leads to, in the Mukushi farming area, is a very productive area. Masansa also is very productive. These are some of the biggest maize, soybean, and even livestock production in the country. But in terms of PPP, public-private partnerships, the reliance is solely on the volume of traffic that would utilize that particular road. So whereas it is economically viable, by our definition of commercial viability, it may not qualify. Having said that, the potential investor that is interested, we shall continue to encourage them to explore the possibility of this being done. The reason for postponement was not from government. It was the inability of the potential contractor to source the financial funding at the time. And eventually it was caught up with this decision from the Minister of Finance to cancel all contracts where loan funding had not yet been disbursed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've said the people of Kabwe should wait for an announcement in one of your responses. I want to find out, when will this good news of an announcement be done? Is it tomorrow or before the end of the year, Honorable Minister? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
They always say that patience is a virtue. The Honorable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I will say this to the Honorable Member for Chama South. Patience is a virtue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We can make progress. The next question, the Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 135.
The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Member of Parliament for Chama, Honorable Mungandu, to ask the Minister of Green Economy and Environment why the government issued licenses to timber logging traders in the following areas in Chama district, which form part of the game management area and are ecologically sensitive: Chifunda, Mampamba, Chikwa, Pondo, and Fuluza. And B, whether there were consultations in the matter between the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment and the Ministry of Tourism. Madam Speaker, the answer is that the government through the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment has not issued any concession licenses to timber logging traders in Chifunda, Mapamba, Chikwa, Pondo, and Fuluza game management areas in Chama district of Muchinga province. So arising from the response in A above, Madam Speaker, on question number B, the Minister of Green Economy and Environment engages the Ministry of Tourism whenever there is consideration for issuing concession licenses in game management areas. Further, Madam Speaker, the Forest Department always consults with the Department of National Parks and Wildlife. These consultations are held to ensure that there's collaboration in the management of natural resources across the country, and that the forest management plans are developed through a consultative manner as provided for in Section 42 of the Forest Act number 4 of 2015. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm sure all people who are involved in conservation in this country did watch a documentary on a movie TV where about 3 to 10 trucks were impounded. And those trucks were containing timber, were carrying timber from those GMAs to Tanzania. And the minister is saying they've not issued any timber licenses in this area. Is this?
I'm happy to tell you, Honorable Member, that we have by and large reduced the illegalities in this sector. Indeed, that movie was spot on, and we did something about it. We arrested those illegal loggers, and they forfeited that timber to the state. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any further supplementary questions? I believe Honorable Member for Chama South. Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Minister for those measures. But as a long-term measure, are you considering maybe going into good discussion with the Honorable Minister for Tourism to ensure that all wildlife officers in our country are made honorary forest rangers? Because in most areas where there's this rampant timber logging, Madam Speaker, you find that some of these are also protected area, and the GMAs where we do not have forest officers, but we have wildlife police officers. Are you considering, the two of you, agreeing to make forest officers, wildlife officers, including us honorary wildlife officers, to be made honorary forest officers so that we protect these GMAs? I submit, Madam Speaker.
I don't know if my mind serves me correct. Was it the last time when the Honorable Minister of Tourism awarded honorable members as game rangers? I don't know if the Honorable Member for Chama South was omitted. But the Honorable Minister for Green Economy and Environment.
Madam Speaker, this is a very, very interesting question from Honorable Mungandu. Indeed, when the Minister of Tourism stood in this House and he requested members of Parliament to register as honorary game rangers, nearly everybody stood up. I'm sure it's because of that test meet. But when we asked them to be honorary forest rangers, they are very, very hesitant to join. Madam Speaker, to answer his question, there's very close collaboration between the forestry sector, the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment through the forest sector, and the Ministry of Tourism through the national parks. That collaboration is strong because, as you know, tourism happens in the environment, and the better environment protects tourism. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Madam Speaker, Minister, you have mentioned that the timber was forfeited to the state. What has happened to the 10 trucks that we are carrying the same timber? You have only stated that the timber was forfeited to the state. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Green Economy and Environment.
Madam Speaker, this case is still going on, and if the Honorable Member for Wacha would like details, we're able to give him those details at an appropriate time. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. We make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 136.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Chama North, Honorable Mutaya Chalo, is asking the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development when government will construct palaces for the following chiefs in Chama North Parliamentary Constituency. 1, Mulilo, Chief Mulilo. 2, Chief Chivale. And 3, Chief Lundu. we answer as follows, Madam Speaker. The construction of palaces for Chief Muliro, Chief Chivale, and Chief Lundu in Chama North Parliamentary constituency will be done by Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development through the Medium Term Expenditure Framework, MTEF, and the Constituency Development Fund. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any supplementary question? The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And indeed, Madam Speaker, we were guided by the Minister of Local Government to at least construct one chief's palace per year, but using CDF. But this has brought problems, Madam Speaker, especially in the constituencies where we have more than 2 chiefs or more than 3 chiefs. At least maybe 2 or 3, they want these palaces at once. If you try to explain, they are not listening. They will think you've loved one chief over the other. Is it possible for you, Honorable Minister, to liaise with the Minister of Local Government? Instead of 1, increase to maybe 2 palaces in a year in areas where we have more than 3 chiefs. I submit, Madam Speaker. Is it possible?
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member there for raising that question. Indeed, you see the need in the country, in many areas, including the building of chiefs' palaces, is great. It's the resource envelope that determines how many can be done in any particular year. What is important, Madam Speaker, is the beginning. And usually, our chiefs throughout the country, those of us who travel and in rural areas, we find that our chiefs are very, very understanding. Just come through Copperbelt Rural, where I met 7 chiefs, Alwapula, where I had individual meetings with 9 chiefs. They are very understanding. We explained to them, for example, the number of houses that had been allocated to the province and how the selection of the houses that are to be done was arrived at. When this economy improves, which we as the New Dawn government are actively working upon, the rate of accomplishing some of these projects needed by our people will be increased. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that response. Yeah, in Chama North, I've got 4 chiefs. But the senior chief Kambombo at least has got a palace, which was built for him by the previous government. Now we have these 3 chiefs. But what I can say that he has been overtaken by events, because when this question was asked, we were not asked to build chiefs as using CDF. So for this year, we are starting building the house for Chief Muliro. Then I think by 2025, we'll be able to finish the construction of those chiefs' palaces. Thank you.
It's a comment. I don't know if the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And indeed, this question is a very important one, especially for those of us who come from rural constituencies, because it is important that we keep our traditional leaders in dignified palaces. Minister, apart from the secular, are you going to put a policy that will govern the implementation of this program? Why? Because these houses are supposed to be institutional houses. and you know the dynamics of chiefdoms. If we say the houses that are going to be constructed and there's no policy at all, those of us who know the succession wrangles that emanate after one chief passes on can foresee a challenge. So there should be need to say these will be institutional houses. And of course, the other concern is the broke figure that has been requested. You as an engineer must know that the cost implications of building up an infrastructure depends on the location and distance of materials that the contractor is supposed to cover. So to have one block figure of 1 million across the constituencies might not be practical and might pose a challenge to the implementing agencies. Are we able to have a clear-cut policy that will inform the implementation of that decision to build our traditional leaders' institutional houses? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very much. And the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu raises a very, very important question, which has been taken into account in the policy that now governs the building up of chiefs' houses or palaces. In fact, chiefs and the areas have been asked to identify land that is neutral, because these houses are not being built as personal to hold to the particular chief, such that when that chief passes on, his family want to take over. These are specific to that particular chiefdom, so that whoever succeeds is able to go in that particular home. So that is what is in the policy, and as far as I'm aware, this is what is happening in certain chiefdoms. For example, if you go to Masabombe, whoever comes in as Matakazembe occupies the same place. If you go to other places where you have established chiefdoms, the same thing happens. And we want this to happen right across the country, especially in as far as these houses are concerned. In terms of what you are saying about the cost of building these palaces varying from place to place, mainly as a result of transportation, when you ask a question, you pay attention and listen. I think you find that the 1 million is a budget. Within that 1 million, there will be certain variations, and there is a certain percentage that will be allowed. So it's difficult to come in with different figures unless you know specifically the locations of the certain palaces that you're going to build. But we have given a block figure averaging out at 1 million. And it does not even mean that all houses will cost 1 million. Some will cost less, some will cost a bit more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I'm giving Sinazongwe as a typical example where we have these wrangles, succession wrangles for almost past 10 years under Chief Mwemba, and also a good number under Chief Sinazongwe. You find even these people from the real establishment, they are divided in a very partisan manner. What is your advice? How are we going to go on with when it comes to construction of these houses for chiefs, when the people are supposed to show where to construct one, they are in a divided manner? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Although the Honorable Member is referring to Sinazongwe and the matter is on Chama North, and I believe the Honorable, as an example, the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu touched on that, but I don't know if there can be any other further application from the Minister.
Very briefly, Madam Speaker, I think the government has pronounced itself on a number of chiefs' wrangles throughout the country and the need for them really to revert back to their traditions and the customs. However, with respect to the building of houses, government will only build where there is agreement of where a neutral place or where a neutral place is found, so that we don't keep building palaces every chief that comes in. These houses, for some of you, for those who have seen them, these are quite substantial houses. I had occasion to visit the house that is being constructed and is almost complete of Senior Chief Mununga. These are substantial homes which will save communities for a much longer period of time. Those who choose to have wrangles are not able to agree on a neutral site. I think they stand the chance of being bypassed, so that we concentrate on those that give government a site that will benefit the whole chiefdom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I don't know whether the government has taken into account, because succeeding to a throne, it differs from one chiefdom to another. For example, if I'm a chief, I die, my son takes over. So it's easier for my son to enter into that palace. But where you pick someone from somewhere, you find that they refuse to go into that house. So have you taken that into account to avoid having these palaces become white elephants?
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what the Honourable Member is referring to, these places becoming white elephant. If he's referring to people being afraid because there will be things having been left there, I also believe, Madam Speaker, that wherever there are such things, there are also professionals who carry out cleansing processes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So there is a solution to every problem. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Madam Speaker, to the Minister. Minister, where the chief has two constituencies, in that chiefdom, if there are two constituencies, is it okay if the two constituencies can contribute the CDF to the construction of the chief's palace or the house? The two constituencies put in the money together from the CDF and construct the chief's palace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, it's like a river that cuts across two constituencies or divides two constituencies. If there was need to put a bridge that can be funded by CDF, it's only reasonable and logical that they would expect contributions from both. After, if a chief has subjects in one constituency and subjects in the other, it's entirely reasonable to expect that there will be contributions from both constituencies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Sanzala.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mine is to the Minister. Suppose the two chiefs in the same constituency have agreed to say, with the 1 million allocated to us, can we share so that we start these palaces together, then they complete at the same time? Is it okay that that money can be shared to two chiefs if they have agreed, and then you build those palaces at the same time? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I think the Honourable Member from Sanzara is referring to a situation where in one constituency there are two chiefs or more, and them agreeing that rather than have 1 million for each house, we can have 500,000 and 500,000. First of all, this is a government project. It's a government program which is defined by certain rules. If there's money allocated, either from CDF or from wherever, for a certain site, you cannot move that money to another site, no matter how reasonable it would appear, without getting due permission. So we have to be careful how we would treat a matter like that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Chifunabuli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the people of Chifunabuli, number 137.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
It's family affair. Oh, sorry. Madam Speaker, Member of Parliament for Chifunabuli to ask Minister of Energy whether there are plans to connect Chishi Island in Chifunabuli Parliamentary constituency to the national electricity grid. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. C, when the project to connect power to the following areas in Chifunabuli Parliamentary constituency will be completed. 1, Shikamishile. 2, Miponda. 3, Chombwe. And D, what the cause of the delay in completing the project is. Madam Speaker, I'll combine A and B as one because they are related. Current government of the Republic of Zambia through the Rural Electrification Authority, RIA, has no plans to connect Chishi Island in Chifunabuli Parliamentary constituency to the national electricity grid due to its geographical location and accompanied costs. However, RIA currently has plans to rectify the island by means of installing a solar mini grid. Madam Speaker, currently the distribution network is being constructed on the island. It is anticipated that this phase will be completed by April 2023. The next phase will involve setting up a solar PV standalone power plant that will power the mini grid. This will involve procurement and installation of solar panels and requisite infrastructure. The whole project to electrify Chishi Island is expected to be completed by the end of 2023. Answer to question C. The project to supply power to Shikamushile, Miponda, Chombwe, and the surrounding areas in Chifunabuli district was completed and technically commissioned in July 2021. The backbone national grid electricity infrastructure, which includes transmission and distribution lines as well as transformers, has already been set up in Shikamushile, Miponda, Chombwe, and the surrounding areas in Chifunabuli district by the Rural Electrification Authority. During this project, several households and public institutions were connected. However, some of the buildings did not have any electrical wiring and therefore could not be connected to the national grid at the time. However, there is a standing program to connect any building or household that has conducted its building wiring by applying for connection to ZESCO Limited. So, question D falls because there's been no delay in this project. I submit.
Thank you. Probably, again, this is one of the questions that has been overtaken by events. But supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Chifunavuli.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you know to say Chifunavuli doesn't have got a ZESCO office. And your people have been trotting up and down, going to Zambia. You have given us a good elaboration, but as I stand here, I have not seen power at Kamshile. I have not seen power at Miponda, Cholansenga, and Chongwe. But the ZESCO substations are there. The transformers are there. What assurance are you giving to the people of Chifunavuli that these transformers will not be taken away from them? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The infrastructure is already in position. If there is any vandalism, that will be reported to the Minister of Home Affairs to deal with. And I can assure you that these transformers and infrastructure, which is already in position, will never be moved to any other constituency. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, Chifunavuli is one constituency you know very well. And you know the status of our people there. May I find out from you whether our people in Chifunavuli will be paying the same connection fees as the people in the urban area? Because the structure of connection fees we have seen is beyond the reach of many of our villagers, including those in Chifunavuli. Is there a deliberate measure you are going to put in place in order for RIA to remain relevant to our rural citizens who would want to be connected to the national grid? And I think it's the same for my colleagues on your right there, Madam Speaker. It will benefit all of us here, that answer. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Madam Speaker, I don't think my Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu has been to a rural setting. What I can tell him is that can I be protected? I finish my answer.
But it's well order. There is a point of order. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu wants to raise a point of order. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, I stand on a very serious point of order, pursuant to Standing Order 65. The question I've put to the Honorable Minister is very important for all of us who are rural MPs, including my colleagues on your right-hand side. I have been representing the people of Shiwangandu for more than 10 years, and it's a village. Is the Honorable Minister in order to insinuate that I've never been to the rural area? I know that's why I talked about Chifunavuli, him knowing Chifunavuli very well, because he wants to join us in the rural area. But is he in order to insinuate, Madam Speaker, that I have not been to the rural area myself? When my people of Shiwangandu are listening, I seek your serious guidance, Madam Speaker, before he responds to the question.
Probably the Honorable Minister is confusing the Stuart Go-Browns of Shiwangandu too. But for stating that the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu is not from a rural area, I think the Honorable Minister is out of order. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu is in the deepest deep of the rural areas. So may the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are two distinct connection projects, one for ZESCO and one for RIA. That is why I'm wondering why the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu cannot differentiate between RIA-funded projects and ZESCO-funded projects. ZESCO-funded projects have got certain connection fees as opposed to RIA-funded connection, I submit.
Thank you, but maybe the honorable member would want to know if there are any connection fees, and if so, how much will those be for RIA? The honorable minister.
Madam Speaker, I'll share the schedule with the House once I get the actual details that is applying. I submit.
Thank you. The honorable member for Chifunabuli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, you know Chifunabuli very well. And I'm very surprised that you have told the House you are supposed to be factual minister. There is no power connection at Miponda, no power connection at Cholansenga, no power connection at Shikamshile, Kakote Primary School, and Chombwe. Minister, you know Chifunabuli is very far away from Zambia, and we have been going to Zambia for a long time. We are now a district. Are there plans for your office to put up a ZESCO office in Chifunabuli for the people of Chifunabuli to access the services? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me first educate my Member of Parliament for Chifunabuli. I've already stated that, according to the question which she brought to this House, it was involving electrification of the areas that she has requested. I've informed the House that the infrastructure, which is called the backbone, probably I could explain it more in Ngumbo for her to understand better, that the infrastructure is there. If now she's requesting from the Ministry of Energy to construct a ZESCO office in Chifunabuli, that's another issue to look at, I submit.
I suppose you can engage and see how best you can resolve. I believe there's some form of Cold War that is raging between the two. Next question, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central. That is how it should be.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 138.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science. So I don't know if the Honorable Minister will even be able to answer properly because of those factors there. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm barely a witness to the handover process. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member MP for Kalabo Central asked a question. What measures the government is taking to equip women and youth countrywide with technical skills? Madam Speaker, I wish to inform this House that, one, at the policy and legal framework basis, in line with the 8th National Development Plan, the government has recognized investment in skills development as one of the key pillars to economic transformation and job creation agenda, particularly for the women and the youth. The ministry, therefore, is putting in place measures to equip all Zambians, including women and youth, with appropriate technical knowledge, skills, and aptitudes in order to enhance their livelihoods and contribute to their communities and the economy in general. This drive to to equip the women and youth with technical skills is driven by the 2020 Technical Education, Vocational and Entrepreneurship Training Policy, which...
Order. Can we listen to the answer so that when we ask follow-up questions, they are relevant? Can we have some order? May the Minister continue.
Which prioritizes increasing access to quality TVET education for sustainable development. Madam Speaker, number 2, capacity building. A, training of lecturers. To promote quality and relevance of TVET, particularly for the women and youth in this sector, one of the policy measures the government has taken is to develop and implement a human resource development strategy for lecturers in TVET institutions. This is an ongoing program. B, training modes. The ministry is also using different modes of delivery of training to ensure women and youths are equipped with relevant technical skills. The ministry, through its implementation agency, TVETA, and the training institution, conduct training through classroom-based, 1, open distance and flexible learning, recognition of priority learning, dual training, 2-tier system, work-based learning, and C, programs. The House may wish to note that all trades training institutes are offering relevant flagship training programs that respond to the needs of the industry and the local economy, such as construction program. This position has also driven the ministry to gradually transform some of the TVET institutions into centers of excellency. So far, 8 trade training institutions have been earmarked, of which 2 have already been commissioned as centers of excellency, 1 in Wansham and Kafuem Gorge Trading Center in Chikankata. The House may also wish to note that of the 25% allocated towards the skills development under CDF, the majority of the beneficiaries are training in our trades training institute. D, inclusive vocational training. The government has placed priority on inclusive and equity in the provision of training for women and youth. This is seen from the deliberate policy the ministry has been implementing, not only skills development, but employment absorption in both formal and informal sector. This also includes the female youth program that have got disability who are provided with 100% bursaries. The government has also established the TVET Fund, which provides training funds, short courses for women and youth in the informal sector for reskilling and upskilling based on the local training needs of the community. 3, partnership and collaboration. The government is also leveraging partnership and collaboration in not only increasing access to skills training for women and youths, but also in financing of the skills development. For instance, the ministry has partnered with companies such as Hitachi Limited, Camco, Sino Zambia, Kasashi Mine, Lumwana Mines, the Germany International Corporation in Zambia, Volvo, to support specialized skills development such as solar energy, agriculture application, reform for water sector program, as well as heavy equipment operations, respectively. 4, initiatives. The ministry is implementing the desk manufacturing initiatives in our TVET institution. In fact, this August House may wish to note that last year, in the month of November 2022, my ministry was hosted by the Honorable Madam Speaker for a desk fair in the skills development sector right here on the grounds of the National Assembly. To complement the above stated effort, government also launched the Youth Skills Empowerment Program that allows for females and youths in constituencies to acquire various skills from TVET institutions to enable them gain skills and compete for projects at constituency level. For this program, the government is delivering demand-driven skills to all the 156 constituents and have trained over 10,000 youths as of December 2022. 5. Infrastructure development. Further, government will this year commission trade training institute in various parts of the country, such as Sesheke, Horokoso, Lundazi, Mumbwa, Sumbu, in order to enhance access to skills training and further bridge the skills gap for women and youth. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I posed this question deliberately. I know there is youth empowerment, which involves bursaries for trade institutes. But here is an observation, Honorable Minister. A youth is a living person beyond 35 years according to the law in Zambia. So when a female is above 35, she is no longer a youth. So this is where I get concerned. We, according to the rules and standards of CDF, any human being who is above 35 cannot be sponsored under that bursary scheme. That's why I extend to the ministry. What is it that you have put in place for this section of people who are above 35 and they are females and they are women who can't go back to the youthful stage? Whatever you have alluded to, still there's a discrimination by age. So what is it that will facilitate those who are above 35? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, the question from the Honorable Member from Kalabo Central was very specific, and he defined in the question the youths, meaning up to 35. And we answered up to, and according to the question asked, up to 35. Thank you.
Thank you. From the question, it says to ask the Minister of Technology and Science what measures government is taking to equip women and youth countrywide with technical skills. Women and youth. So there is a segregation there. So the minister should have covered the aspect of the women as well. I think that is the... so maybe the minister will address that at a later time, since he is not ready for that. As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Parliament Television, the House has taken a 20 minutes healthy break, and at the time business was suspended, the House was considering question 138, which was posed by Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu, and this question was directed to the Minister of Technology and Science. He wanted to find out what measures the government is taking to equip women and youths countrywide with technical skills. So when business resumes, he'll continue responding to that question when Madam Speaker permits other members of Parliament to seek clarity from the Minister. Matimba, let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House when business resumed at 14:30 today.
And so earlier on we had one announcement and two ministerial statements. And the first statement came from the Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation on the welfare of Zambian nationals in Turkey. And the second ministerial statement was by the Minister of Health, Honorable Subia Maseo, on update of the COVID-19 pandemic in Zambia. And so details of these will be coming in later on. For now, we go on a break. Remember, business resumes at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television.
My name is Honorable Clement Andereki. I'm a Member of Parliament for Katombola constituency. Currently, I'm also the chairperson for the Legal, Human Rights and Governance Committee for the National Assembly of Zambia. I sit on a number of committees. I sit on the Expanded Budget Committee and other committees. I was born on 4th October 1974. I have 4 children, 2 girls, 2 boys. I went to school in Katombola, nearly about, I was in Nyawa, I was at Musokotwane and Mukuni. These are the schools that I attended. And I also went for secondary school. I was at Namana Secondary School, where I completed my school. I joined the Zambia Police Service, rose through the ranks of the Zambia Police until I reached the position of Chief Registrar of Societies for the Republic of Zambia. My last office was, I was the head office of the President Lusaka District Administration. That was the last office I held until 31st December 2020. Currently Member of Parliament in Katombola constituency. My constituency is one of the, it's the biggest constituency, the most vast constituency in Southern Province. It is a poor constituency sitting a rural part of Livingstone. It's one of the poorest constituencies, so to say, because it's rural, and the developmental agenda from the previous government has been very hard, because most of my people are predominantly farmers. So there's problem of road network, problem of telecommunication, problems of access to clean drinking water, and many other challenges. Mostly you find the health facilities that the very distant places, they are in distant places. Academically, like I had indicated, I went to Namara Secondary School, where I completed my grade 12. I went to the University of Zambia, where I obtained my Bachelor of Laws degree. I went to Ziale, Zambia Institute of Advanced Legal Education, where I obtained my license to practice as a legal practitioner in the Republic of Zambia. I went back to the University of Zambia, where I did a master's degree in law and completed my master's degree. Thereafter, I proceeded to the University of Pretoria, where I did my doctorate degree in law. Currently, I'm here at Parliament. Yeah, the biggest challenge that my people have is poverty. The constituency is highly underdeveloped, so the developmental agenda first is to alleviate poverty. How are we going to do that? We thank the New Dawn government for the introduction of free education. You know, education is very, very important. It's the best equalizer to my people. We thank the government for introducing the free education policy. The developmental agenda also is to ensure that we open up Kazungura district. There are no proper road network, and in using the CDF, which we thank the New Dawn government again for increasing it over and over to now 28 million kwacha. The first priority area other than education is to ensure that we buy earth-moving equipment to open up Kazungura district so that it is accessible. It's also to push the developmental agenda other than the road network to ensure that our people have access to clean drinking water. We don't have dams. People are still drinking dirty water, and this water sometime in seasons like now, summer, what happens is that the water run out, and my people have to walk long distances to fetch for water for themselves, for their domestic use, and also to service their animals, because predominantly my people keep cattle, and that's their mainstay, that's their main bank that we have in Kazungura district. So we are trying to acquire earth-moving equipment. Also, we are trying to lobby the network providers to ensure that Kazungura district is connected to the network, telephone grid, so that our people are able to communicate. Because most of my areas in Kazungura district have no telephone network. Most of my area also, like I had indicated, no road network. Most of my area very far away in terms of medical facilities. So we are going to move in that direction to ensure that my people are connected to the electricity. As you know, electricity is very essential. Most of the children in school now are learning computer studies, and to enhance the standard of education, electricity is important. And the Rural Electrification Authority will do well. Currently, the government has given them a lot of money in their budget line, and we hope they will consider Kazungura district by connecting it to the electricity grid. Like you know also that electricity is being generated along the Zambezi River, which is sitting straight in Kazungura district, and therefore the desire of my people is that they should derive full benefits from the Zambezi River, which is sitting squarely in their district. So this is the developmental agenda we are looking at to end poverty, enhance farming, help our people in terms of providing medicine that will be used to help my farmers to dip their animals. You know, currently there's been a challenge in terms of deep tanks. We didn't have no functioning government deep tank. We are thankful to the Minister of Livestock. Currently we are in very serious engagement to ensure that all government deep tanks are restored and revived so that our people can dip their animals, so that these cattle, their livestock, can survive. Because we've been having problems with a disease called trypanosomiasis. You know, this denkete, commonly known as denkete. So we've been having those problems, and most of the cattle have been dying. And also we've been having challenges of stock theft. As chairperson for the legal committee, I've been advocating that stock theft in Kazungura district and the Republic of Zambia must be strengthened in terms of punishment, because currently a person who is found guilty of stock theft can only go to a maximum of 7 years. Our advocacy is that a minimum of 25 years sentence will be befitting, because livestock, rearing of cattle, livestock in general, is a mainstay of my people. These are the banks of my people. Therefore, this is what I can say in terms of the developmental agenda for Kazungura. We are in a hurry. We want accelerated development to be delivered. Thank you. No bantu bakukazungura tuyanda kumwambira kuti edi tatukomweta ansi nywepo makasala kuti edi tuchinche bulero mu chisi cha Zambia, so tuyanda kumuzibya kwamba kuti edi bulero baba akainde tabukomweta ansi mune chino chindi income ilera mfurumende ya Zambia yakabikira imali a CDF kwamba kuti edi akwane 28 million. Ayo mali amwaveresye amulembere kuli ba CDF kwamba kuti edi mujane marayo amutugwasya ali mukutola bana ku chikolo kambo luiyo mune chino chindi takukwe kubadera nkutola bana kusika mu grade 12 takwe mwana werede kuti abaderere chikolo. Mfurumende enu ya Zambia yakanjizya bamayi banji ikwamba kuti edi bayisye bana benu bakale kaboto atuberekera antu omwe amfurumende yenu mu bulero bwa UPND mmebo kuba muyiminizi wenu mung'anda ya Milawo ndiyakubona kuti edi marodi kukazungura twajura onse kuberekera limwi amali nge bakatupa bamfurumende ategwa CDF kuberekera limwi amasoja ba Zambia National Service baro bayanda kutugwasya kujura marodi onse neni muri bwene mbotukedde oko kwangweze kumatanga road yesu nimbi chindi cha mvura muri bwene oko mbokubedekwa kanchere bridge tatukwema road tari kapoto so marenu a CDF bunji bwangawo twasala kuti edi twaveresye kuvambulula ma road tuvambulule madamu bantu beso abanyama beso kabajana kwa kunywida manzi chechi chocho tuyanda kuti edi tuchite malaiti alo tulayanda muminzi bantu bakala kuminzi abalo barayanda malaiti mune chino chindi kuba muyiminizi wenu mung'anda ya Milawo ndiri mukurwanisya iba nkamu iranga imalaiti na baranga malaiti nkwari kumunzi ikwamba kuti edi anywepo no bantu beso mujane malaiti muminzi onse neni yakazungura kamunywepo ndinye mujisi imulonga wa Zambezi waropanga malaiti ayo malaiti ngebali mukuveresya muchisi cha Zambia somepo kuba muyiminizi wenu kukatombola ndirabereka changuzo akumushomezya kwamba kuti buli mitula busumpula muchisi cha Zambia. Mfurumende yenu irabereka changuzo kwamba kuti edi ma deep tanks kwankotu dipira ng'ombe kujanike kwamba kuti edi ma deep tank abereka kutegwa muntu ujise ng'ombe kakonzya kuyo dipa ng'ombe zyakwe kazikonzya kuyaswa ng'ombe kakutakwe kuinga kule ng'ombe zyeso ngemabanke yeso kukazungura ndikumbira kwamba kuti tuberekere limwe antu omwi mmebo nde muyiminizi wenu okokwa nyawa ndiri kubwene kulira kwenu road yakwa nyawa uno mwaka tulaivamba. Mfurumende ya World Bank kuperekera lima mfurumende yesu ya Zambia bakazuminana chizuminano chakwamba kuti edi kunza kubikapo chibadira chipati okuyakwa nyawa kukonze kujurwa road ero inozinguluka kuzwa kuzimba kwa karomo iji satara oko kwangweze kumatanga mfurumende ya Zambia iyanda kuti ipambe road kuzwa kusinkopo kuyinda mwa musokotani ilaya njeyo kunsinde ya kuyinda kumakunka njeyo kwangweze kumatanka mane ikakuyinde kubombwe ayeyo road yakwa kanchere tuyera kuti isumburwe ikonze kupambwa kapotu kutegwa mupone mbiri bantu bakalirera zibadera zisumpurwe tuyanda zibadera zipati izi jisima mocha kamu chino chindi kukazungura tatu jisi chibadera chijisi mocha muntu wese afa nkufumba kwa afuida mukazungura yede kutorwa kuli vingi nawe yede kutorwa kuzimba bantu bangu bali pengede ino muyeya kuti mari anojanika kuli akunoja na mamota akutedi batore muntu wafa kuzwa kwa nyawa na kuzwa kumatanka kumutora kuli vingi echo chiradura ali muchatuyetera buchete amuntu shome tomfurumende ilela ikwamba kutedi lusumbuko turarweta mumwaka buyo omwoyo ngotwarera ndishoma kwamba kutedi no balimi mwabona kuti mbuto twayungizizya fertilizer chino chindi tusaka tuli 6 mulimi atuberekera antu omwe kuti tubone kuti ma cooperative ngetu jisi abe ma cooperative anchoveni kwamba kutedi kububi pakati kuchitika mu PF amfurumende ziyakainda mu FISIP butakachitikiri mbi alime mu bulero obuno ndarumba no bantu besu lezamuleleke twamurumba ikutusara tubankamu ya UPND kampona lyonse ndarumba.
My name is Christopher Chibuye, born 52 years ago, married with 5 kids, 3 girls, 2 boys. I obtained my primary education from Kitwe, and my secondary education I did it from Serenje. I'm actually a grade 12, and with me, I actually have a diploma in agriculture science. Right now, pursuing a degree of arts in public administration with the University of Zambia during my 4th year. I've worked for the government as district commissioner from the year 2012 up to 2021. Throughout, and I ended up working for the government as Deputy Permanent Secretary for Luapula Province. It's from that point that I found myself in the political arena. My constituency is actually Mukushi North constituency, and it has 16 wards with 3 chiefdoms, which is Shaibila, Chitina, and Mulungwe. So out of the 16 wards, we have only 2 female councillors. The rest are actually all male councillors. It is a remote, it is a rural constituency. Predominantly, the livelihood of our people there is actually farming, and partially a bit of in the areas like peri-urban, where we have actually a bit of trading and the like, but predominantly it's farming. Yeah, so that is how our people actually survive there and earn their ends meet. Too many challenges as usual. You will not have it easy, and it is out of that my heart is actually looking forward to seeing that the way I found the constituency, at some point I should leave it better. We have challenges of water. A rural constituency, definitely you have challenges in water. Our people out there in the villages depend on the streams, and these streams, they do dry up, especially with the climate change. where we are no longer receiving the usual rainfall. So we have these challenges of people out there who are actually looking forward to seeing, when we come in these offices, giving them and indeed saving them better than before. So it is my wish and desire that we actually improve the water system of our people, and not only that, we also have the feeder roads of our constituencies. Our constituency is actually very bad. We're looking forward to someday where we are going to have better roads. I know it's a bit tricky because right now the council doesn't have the capacity to do the feeder roads at once. They only have a grader, and a grader, when you look at that piece of equipment, cannot do a better feeder road. So we're looking forward to purchasing more machinery so that we can have a complete set of earth-moving machine to do our roads, I think, in a better way than the way we are approaching them now. We're also looking forward, I think, to ensure that our youths get an opportunity and indeed a fair share from the constituency funds in terms of empowerment. But my disappointment, on the contrary, is I think on our youths who don't see what they can get out of the skills package. Yeah, that package actually is very good for each and every youth because it's a skill that should be developed, and it is out of that skill where we expect our youths to survive. And if they shun to come on board and be part of the people that are benefiting from that skills package, then we'll have we have difficulties and challenges to put, I think, our youths in the right position. For my humble appeal to our youths is that let them come on board and ensure that they develop their skills for them to survive and indeed maintain their families. My developmental agenda for real as an MP, well, from my pocket, I can't manage. I really depend on the arms of government to help, and for sure, CDF, and with that increment, if it can come correctly and indeed in its full amount, definitely to help us, because we have to improve, like I've said, we have to improve the literacy levels of our people, and that can only be done if we construct better schools, and indeed we have to ensure that the service delivery in terms of healthy services, they are also delivered, and that can only be attained if we have health facilities which are better. We also have to look into the other amenities that our people are supposed to benefit. For sure, our people being of what
posed by Mr. Miyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and this question was directed to the Minister of Technology and Science. Wanted to find out what measures the government is taking to equip women and youths countrywide with technical skills.
And still to come, we have three more questions that are coming up for consideration. And so we have question number 139, which is coming from Malole, Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalimi, and he's posing a question to the Minister of Infrastructure and Housing and Urban Development. He wants to find out why the construction of plus. Just now we take you to the floor of the House.
When business was suspended, order. When business was suspended, the House was considering question number 138 on the order paper, asked by the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central, and the Honorable Minister of Technology and Science had just finished responding to the follow-up question asked by the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central. Any further supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, looking at the question coming from Honorable Nyoto, for me it speaks to me and it makes a lot of sense. The question to the Minister, the question is to ask the Minister of Technology and Science what measures the government is taking to equip women and youths with technical skills. Madam Speaker, during recess I had an opportunity to visit one or two technical schools. We are sending our kids, our children for technical skills. And it's a sorry sight, Minister, to say the truth. I know you agree with me that these schools have got no equipment. We are taking people to learn theory, but practically when they come there, they are empty. Minister, what measures? Yes, I had an interaction with you yourself, your peers. Your plans are good. If those plans are good, I hope you are going to answer this question. If they are low, I expect you to answer me and the nation in a way your plans are. What are your plans? How are you going to make the people you are sending to those technical skills, Madam Speaker, be equipped with the skills, not coming out from there, they can't start their businesses, they can't run their businesses, meaning we haven't equipped with those, because if we are going to have a graduate of over 100,000 skills-trained people, and none of them will be able to stand on his own, but they would want to start looking for employment, which is not there. So, Minister, what measures or what are you planning, or what is it that you've come up with? And those kids who are, when they graduate, gain the skills, they will be able to sustain themselves. In addition to that, if those kids, when they come out of those schools...
Honorable Member, one question at a time. Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And perhaps riding on the question that has been asked by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Nyimba, in terms of what measures, one, we have what is called the TEBET Fund. And the TEBET Fund focuses on the informal sector, focuses without definition of age, and provides training, 100% tuition and teaching materials for the women and the youths. For example, in areas such as catering, in areas such as tailoring. It even includes the women that are carrying babies on their back. And there is no requirement for any qualification. The only qualification required is that you are able-bodied and you can be taught. And that particular program is proving to be quite effective. In our other training institutes, for example, in Chongwe, when we are training plumbers, electricians, and so on, they are provided with the necessary tools to be trained to be bricklayers, to be plumbers and electricians. Again here, is funded under the TEBET Fund. You could be a mother with a baby on the back and still be able to access this opportunity. And that is the practical measure that we are employing. Yes, it could be correct that in some of the institutions, the equipment may not be 100%, but we are addressing that particular matter. So our issue is inclusiveness and equity in terms of access to skills. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response to the question that has been asked by the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central, I heard you talked about capacity building and commissioning other trades institutes in different provinces. But I haven't heard, if you go around these existing trade institutes that we have around, most of the infrastructure is actually in a bad state. If you look at the equipment that is being used also, it's either obsolete and you can either, you can't even use the same machine. I wanted to find out whether you have any plans of actually carrying out renovations and replacing the old equipment for our youths and the young women that will intend to go and start. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, part of the answer we said capacitating the lecturers. In most of our TEBET institutions, we have fairly brand new equipment. Whether they're talking about Mawagari, Choma, some of it has not been unwrapped. Kawe Institute in Kitwe, Hitachi provided us state-of-the-art. In Solwezi, in Chipata. So equipment is not the issue. The issue is for us to be able to provide capacity to the lecturers to be able to teach, because we have actually equipped most of the institutions with brand new equipment. In agriculture, if you went to Chipata, there are brand new tractors there are brand new plows and other agriculture implements that are used for training purposes. So that we are doing. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mbavala. Honorable Member for Mbavala is not in. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, do you take constructing some more skills as a measure? If that can be the answer, why can't you construct also a skills center in Nakonde so that the people of Nakonde can benefit from this institution? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister for Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, for Nakonde, we have an institute in Isoka, which I think is fairly accessible. This year, like we have articulated, we are going to open 4 brand new training institutions, having invested over 200 million kwacha. We'll continue to spread investment in infrastructure to all the needy areas, funds permitting. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Sinazongwe.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Honorable Minister, the demand for skills training has really grown due to the political will from your ministry. Now, what I wanted to find out, Honorable Minister, is whether you have an inspectorate team that do supervise these TEVIT accredited institutions. I ask so, Madam Speaker, because in Sinazongwe, we had youths who wanted to do tailoring. They found a school right here in Lusaka. Money was paid. Due diligence was given by the local authority. Now, when they came to train, they were taken to some other place other than the place that the institution had provided to the local authority when they came to do due diligence. Do you have an inspectorate team that supervises these accredited TVET institutions? Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure and Science. Oh, sorry. Technology and Science. Because you are seated together, I think.
Madam Speaker, we also do infrastructure in technology. Madam Speaker, indeed we have an inspectorate that goes to check whether the terms and conditions for which you have been granted a TVET institution certificate are being complied with. As we speak, Madam Speaker, a number of institutions that have violated those conditions have actually been prosecuted. So we continue to prosecute. So in the event, such as you are referred to, please provide us the information, because that is an abrogation of the conditions of the certificate, and it is an offense. Please provide us the information. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just as a matter of clarity, when the Honorable Minister was responding, I think one of the qualifications he alluded to was that one has to be able-bodied. And now, considering that these responses go on record, it would be, I think, very important for the Honorable Minister to qualify what able-bodiedness means in this context, so that we don't create unnecessary hullabaloo, especially for those of us who are representing a very critical community, the community of the differently abled persons. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, for the elimination of doubt, in Livingstone at Libes, one of the youths that we are training in catering is disabled without qualification. So by being able-bodied is for you to have the ability to do the task that you are able to. And she's doing catering. So we mean everybody with the physical ability to carry out the function. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's science and technology. There's one who is a parent and the other one is an offspring. Technology is the offspring of science. Now, Honorable Minister, this is 2023. There was a touch on the mode of training vis-a-vis the curriculum. Remember, at some time, the Committee on Youth had conducted a tour in which they discovered, I'm sure that report is with the Ministry of Youth. We discovered that there should have been work fairs, not trade fairs, but work fairs, where various industries would showcase their demands to the trades, so that the trades would train according to the needs of the industries. Now, Honorable Minister, in an area like Kalao, where we grow rice, we grow a bit of maize, are these trainings able to manufacture a child, a student, who can come up with a mode of food engineered from rice? Are these students able to be like that? Or there are those students who are rhetoric, they read the history of science, meaning there's no convention for future. What type of students, Honorable Minister, are these trade schools able to produce? Are they producing old, modeled students back in 1950s? Or they are students who are able to match with the modern time? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
I love the passion from the honorable member for Kalabo Central. Just some practical examples, and in various areas. If you take, for example, our institute in Kitwe, we partnered with Hitachi. Hitachi brought in modern equipment, mining equipment, to deliver the skills of today and tomorrow, so that these skills, as they come out of that institution, can get jobs in the mining sector with today's and tomorrow's equipment. Take, for example, SOTI in Solwezi. We have equipment that is supported by Kansanshi, training youths with attachment to Kansanshi to deliver practical output. That is what we're doing. In Chipata, in agriculture, we have brand new tractors, plows, and other implements on which the youths are taught if they want to be farmers. But if you want them to do value addition, that is another phase. First is to have the skills, to be able to know how to use those skills, and the next step is value addition. And therefore, your science is the equipment of skills. Technology is the innovation and represents value addition. That is another level of skills, which we are investing in. So we are not dealing with yesterday's curriculum. And that is why in our institutions, we are connecting them with internet free of charge, so that they can access today and tomorrow's information and skills. So we are doing all those things to ensure that what comes out of the furnace in terms of skills, they are fully baked. And that is the strategy. So the honorable member for Kalawom, we shall invite you. The report you are talking about was yesterday's report. You should come today to see what improvements we have made as a result of that valuable recommendation that you delivered to the ministry to improve upon the delivery of the skills. At the time you went there, there was no Hitachi. In Livingstone, we do tourism-related skills. And these are informed by the industry. Food production,
including taking tourists on safari walks. And that is functional. Those are the skills. So we need to work with you so that you can be able to see that indeed change is here. Indeed change is happening. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, it's gratifying to note that there is modern equipment in Solwezi, Kitwe, Chipata. Unfortunately, I can't include Mungu Threats, which is the one that, as Member of Parliament for Luena, I take my students to. So my question is, as part of preparing our trade institutes for the huge number of students we are sponsoring through CDF, do you have any plan to equip some of these outlying institutes that probably aren't on the radar when it comes to donations made by companies that also benefit from the skills, as well as increasing the number of qualified personnel in these institutes? And I'm saying so on the number of qualified personnel in these institutes because we visit our students in these institutions where we send them to, and you find some of them giving you feedback that the timetable shows they should be learning for 8 hours in a week and they're only learning for 2 hours because of the shortage of teaching staff as well as equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, the Honorable Member for Leon. Luena. They are neighbors, they are in the same. my Honorable Minister is not here this afternoon, sorry. Yeah. One of the positives that CDF has done is to provide tremendous access for delivery of skills to the youths. And one of the positives that it has done is that in a number of our institutions, quite frankly, that we are struggling, today, because of the numbers, their levels of liquidity has improved. They are all the 28 of them are now solvent. So, they have got cash. So that will give us capacity. If you take even Mongu, its installed capacity is just under 500. But with CDF, they have 1,500 that have come all of a sudden. Now, you don't build lecturing capacity like that. It's a process where you need to equip and find appropriate lecturers to be able to attend to that. So we have identified those issues that the CDF badge, positive as it is, it has created us a challenge to meet particularly the lecturing capacity because of the numbers. I was recently in Lukasha Trades. Installed capacity in terms of training, 400 plus. Now they have got over 2,000, students. So you see the positivity fine of free education, CDF, and everything else. So it's better to solve a good problem than a bad problem. So we are treating this as a good problem for which we shall create a good solution. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, I want to agree with the Minister that a lot of training institutions have become solvent because of the initiative of skills empowerment. Honorable Minister, my constituency is very populated with a very youthful population. For 2023, we received applications that should cost us about 8 million kwacha.
million above what is targeted for in the CDF. Whereas in the CDF, the guidelines are very clear. The young people can easily knows what to do in as far as accessing this initiative is concerned. If you talk about, the higher education loaning facility in universities, it's quite clear. I want to find out from you, you mentioned the TEVET fund. The shortfall I have of 3 million to cater for my young people in Nkana would want to fall back on the initiative under the TEVET fund, except we are very blank as to what the criteria is, what we should do to be able to access that. Are you in a position to, perhaps explain to us in very simple terms how we can access the TEVET fund?
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just said that even in Kanam, the institution that we have got is only one institution. We are overflowing in terms of students to train at the moment. The numbers are huge. But coming back to issues of access for the TEVET fund, the criteria is simple, that the institution that receives applications for the skills then applies for the TEVET fund to supplement their existing capacity. But at the moment, obviously, they are overflowing with money. But the TEVET fund will assist you for those youths to pay a little fees. So what I encourage you to do is to get to my director for TEVET. He will give you the precise steps that you need to follow in order to address the gap that you have defined. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have spent a lot of time on this question. It's interesting, but I'll allow 2 more questions. The Honorable, okay, the 3 that you have indicated. Wow, I've just seen that. Okay, I'll allow 3 more. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Minister of Science and Technology, I'm aware that there are some private institutions accredited with TEVET that have been reaching out to our constituency to give them our youth to go and train there in a bid that you do fund them some funds to train our youth. So my question is, do you monitor them to find out the type of lecturers they have and the equipment that they have, just to follow up to see the quality of education they are giving us to our youth and women? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's done at 2 points. First, at the issuance of the certificate, the inspectors go to the institution and carry out appropriate inspection both at infrastructure level, at capacity level, and indeed all the variables that are required in order for us to grant a certificate. Once they are satisfied that you meet that criteria, then you are issued with a certificate. At the second level, Madam Speaker, the inspectors carry out periodical checks, including surprise checks, to ensure compliance to the conditions of the certificate that have been given. But I think there must be a third stage, which the honorable members of parliament, such as Kabwe Central, can also inform us if you see any deficiency, so that we can direct our inspectors to go and carry out the work. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, in one of your responses, you did indicate that you continue to invest in infrastructure development. I wanted to find out how many skills development centers do you intend to construct this year, and in which areas and at what cost? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think if the honorable member wants such details, I will advise that he puts in a question. Maybe the minister can only answer the first part of the question. How many, if any? Or if the honorable minister knows. If he's not, doesn't have the information, then the minister can indicate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We already said we are completing and commissioning 5 trade training institutions. Borokoso, the cost is 60.1 million kwacha. Mumbwa, 46.3 million kwacha. Lundazi, 35 million kwacha. Sesheke, 33 million kwacha. Sumbu, 17 million kwacha. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. The honorable member for Mbavala.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies, I was away when I was initially caught. Honorable Minister, I wanted to find out what is the roadmap for skilled youths, such as the young man in my constituency in Sumaovi Ward, Meanda area, who has a skill of making biomass and whatever to make electricity for homes, and then I had in our constituencies to provide electricity to everybody, and many other skills that they may have. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, we have an amazing youth in Mbawala who is created an innovation to make electricity from a pit latrine using technology. And he has done that. And because we are dealing with electricity, we are now have engaged the Ministry of Energy because there are regulations in terms of safety and other things in order to supply the electricity. So we are in the process of getting ZESCOM to issue safety standards for that youth to be able to carry out the innovation and implement it. I thank you.
Thank you. For the honorable member for Mitete, since you are the last one, then you are the only one, you can go ahead.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, everything is science. Even the gadgets we are using here, the seat I'm sitting, be it an aeroplane, a cross, everything is science. Minister, the type of education that we have somehow tailored to some clerical type of. Do we see in the near future, since the new Dawn government is coming with skills, do we see in the near future a total new curriculum that will enable the youth, the women, everyone who has that science naturally? Are we seeing a curriculum changing so that this science in us all is utilized, so that we not just see assembling, but innovative situations for everything is science. Madam Speaker, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Technology and Science.
Madam Speaker, harvesting from the wisdom of the honorable member regarding science is the reason why we have said at the moment we have focused on equipping the youths and women with skills. We are now revising the Tebet Act to be able to elevate it to the next level where we are able to provide degree courses so that the science component that is talking about can be delivered. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We can move to the next question. The Honorable Member for Malole.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 139.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member, Honorable Kalimi, is asking the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development the following questions. A, why the construction of classrooms at the following schools in Malole Parliamentary constituency has stalled. 1 by 2 classroom block at Chilombwa Primary School, and 1 by 2 and 1 by 3 classroom blocks at Mumba Primary School. B, when the projects will resume. C, what the time frame for the completion of each project is, and D, what the cost of the outstanding works on each project is. Madam Speaker, we answer as follows. A, the construction of the classroom blocks for the 2 primary schools in Malole constituency in Mongwe district is as follows. 1, the construction of a 1 by 2 classroom block at Chilombo Primary School stalled due to inadequate funds to complete the project. 2, the construction of the 1.2 and 1.3 classroom block at Mumba Primary School have stalled due to inadequate funds. B, the projects will resume once funds to complete the remaining works are secured. C, the time frame for the completion of the construction of 1 by 2 classroom block at Chilomba Primary School is estimated at 2 months, while the construction of 1 by 2 and 1 by 3 classroom block at Mumba Primary School is 3 months, of course subject to availability of adequate funds. D, the cost of completing the construction of the 1.2 classroom block at Chilombo Primary School is estimated at 150,000 kwacha. 2, the cost of completing the construction of a 1 by 2 and a 1 by 3 classroom blocks at Mumba Primary School is estimated at 400,000 kwacha. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Malole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I expected that I'll be told that when funds are available. And yet, students that side are learning under the tree. And if you look at 1 classroom block to be completed, it's 100,000 kwacha. And these are government projects. How I wish it was something to do with CDF, but we can't divide the fund, a capital project from government, then we use the CDF. It's not possible. When are the funds, Minister, going to be available?
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a subject that we have pronounced ourselves in this House. I remember last year, the Minister of Finance came to this House and talked about the process that he had initiated to procure some funding from one of these multilateral institutions for the completion of some of these outstanding or unfinished projects, especially in the education sector. It has to wait until that process is over. Nothing would please the new Dawn government more than to have all the educational infrastructure completed so that our children can have access to quality education. But let me give the honorable member for Malole a bit more information. Initially, the Chilombo Primary School was funded to replace a roof that had been blown off for the classroom block. And it received 106,000 kwacha. However, when the money was finally released to repair the roof, they found that the entire building had instead collapsed. So there was no roof therefore to repair. These projects, Madam Speaker, were funded under the provincial stroke district administration. The money received were therefore used to construct new 1.2 classroom block stated above. The classroom block has since been roofed and plastered, but due to non-availability of funds to complete the project has stalled. The outstanding works are fitting of window frames, painting, glazing, fitting of door frames, locks, and shelving. When the honorable member from Alore says there are people under a tree, the information I have is that the school is being used in its current form. In other words, some of these classroom blocks are being used even though they are not complete. And the information I have is that there are 317 learners at this school with 4 permanent teachers and the classrooms, and 4 classrooms. On the other hand, the Mumba Primary School project was allocated a budget of 120,000 kwacha and 180,000 kwacha for the 1.2 classroom block and the 1.3 classroom block, respectively, by government. Because of the inadequate releases of funds, the 1.2 classroom block and 1.3 classroom blocks were roofed and the metal works done, but that's where it was outstanding. So, in summary, Madam Speaker, these projects, every time a member of parliament asks about uncompleted structures, sometimes those not following us might get the impression that the problem or the issue only exists in that particular constituency. But we all know, all members of parliament in this parliament have similar situations, unfinished educational infrastructure. That is what we are grappling with. It must be looked at nationally. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any the honorable member for Malole?
Thank you very much. I think now the minister has real information than the answer he gave. And I want to state categorically, Madam Speaker, that I come here to speak on behalf of the people of Malole. And that's why I was elected. And I identify problems in Malole, not in Irwena, not in Mitete. So I am here to identify problem. But the question I want to ask the minister, has the minister been to Mombo or Mumba? He should not be given things on the desk. I'm from Marole to the constituency. I know what I'm talking about. If you had this answer which has provided now, why didn't you give it at first? Thank you, thank you, Madam Speaker.
So anyway, the honorable member is reacting to what the minister has said, so we can give the opportunity to the honorable member for Lukasha.
Most appreciated, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to find out, considering that these are still unfinished structures, wouldn't it be ideal for government to provide temporary structure for the learners, like tents from DMMU, during the rainy season? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, I do recognize that the members of Parliament are elected to represent their constituencies. It must also be recognized that a government also is put in place to represent the whole country. So we have to look at the total picture. Our focus at the moment, Madam Speaker, is what I have said, to get extra resources so that all the unfinished structures in the education sector, especially when we have come up with a project of free education, and we know that the numbers have increased and they will continue to increase, so that this is dealt with holistically. And the finding of this money, I know that it is part of the process of resolving the debt that needs to be done, and we are hoping that the end of this first quarter, there may be a solution in that direction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honorable Member for Mwenirunga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, seeing that education is very important for our children and also for our nation, and also considering that the Constituency Development Fund is coming from the National Treasury, is there no way, Minister, that we can find some way of trying to use Constituency Development Fund to complete a school like my colleague is talking about, so that our children can have a good environment to learn from?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, precisely. All the resources of government are national resources, and where a member of parliament identifies a particular need, urgent need, CDF is part of the resources that government releases and can be used, provided the normal procedures are followed, to address some of these issues. We can give many, many examples where members of parliament have come up with solutions. They have not waited for central government to undertake those. The reason why we as a new Dawn government keeps on increasing the CDF is precisely so that at local stations, matters such as this could be attended to. But if they are not, and they are waiting for further national resources, then they have to wait until those resources are mobilized. And that is what the Minister of Finance is doing. But in the meantime, if this is more urgent than other issues in Malole constituency, could be addressed by some allocation of CDF in that particular direction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member from Kaika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question number 140 to the Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Member of Parliament from Mukaika is asking the Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts whether the government has any plans in A, to construct a youth recreation center in Mukaika Parliamentary constituency, and B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. The answer to the question A, Madam Speaker, is that Honorable Member, you may wish to know that the Ministry has no plans to construct a youth recreation facility in Mukaika constituency. However, government through the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts has continued to prioritize youth and sport infrastructure development in the country. This has been demonstrated by the construction of 2 modern ultra stadia and multi-purpose sport facilities such as OIDC in Lusaka. In B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, we don't have such plans, Honorable Member. Nevertheless, the Ministry is engaging different stakeholders to support the Ministry's plan to construct and rehabilitate national, provincial, and district multi-purpose sports infrastructure, which includes David Kaunda Stadium in Eastern Province, thereby benefiting your youths in Mukaika constituency. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member from Mukaika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you so much for your response. Just want to know, because we've been hearing that you are on records as a ministry. You have been constructing these recreation centers in other districts. Now, why not in Mukaika, Minister? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. Right now, Madam Speaker, we have a draft infrastructure development plan, and that includes coming up with resource centers, sports infrastructure. When it is validated, obviously I will be able to communicate with members of parliament, because I believe that these questions will continue coming. So I want to say that first we have priorities. The priorities will be, as you have seen in all the provincial capitals, first we've started with 4. That is Kaole Stadium in Mansa, Independence Stadium in Solwezi, Kasama Sports Complex in Kasama, and David Kaunda in Eastern Province, that is Chipata. So we are likely now to go to Western Province. I was just chatting with some members of parliament from Western Province that we have a virgin land there that we are about to construct a stadium. When we are done with the provincial stadia, then definitely we'll now get to the district. So whenever we have the money, obviously we'll be able to put up this infrastructure. Now for this year, for your information, I want also to say and state clearly that the 50 million that was allocated to the ministry on infrastructure may even be swallowed, because we are hosting the Confederation of African Athletics, where we are spending colossal amount of money to the tune of about 100 million to renovate Heroes Stadium and OIDC, so that we have quality infrastructure here in Lusaka as we host the CAA. So obviously we may not have the resources this year, but when we have resources, and with the help of you members of parliament to allocate more resources to this ministry, we'll be able to develop sports infrastructure in the district. Who knows, we may even go to the constituencies. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Kaika, you have another question?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Minister, I don't know whether you are confusing the two, because we are talking of renovating stadium and the provincial facilities. Meanwhile, I'm talking of a recreation center in Mkaika constituency, but you are talking of a stadium, which, our youths in Mkaika cannot be able to travel to Chipata. There is 100 kilometers in between. So I don't know whether you are confusing the two, or your ministry has no plans to construct these recreation centers, but you want to prioritize the stadium. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and the Arts.
Madam Speaker, I don't think I'm confusing myself. Maybe the Honorable Member of Parliament is one who is somehow trying to confuse himself, because I stated very clearly that we don't have plans. That was the first answer. We don't have plans to construct a recreation center. Maybe for the Honorable Member to understand that I'm not confused, let me define a recreation center. A recreation center is just merely a building, Madam Speaker, that is open to the public, where meetings are held, where sports are also played, and where other activities available for the young people are also done. That is the definition. So I know what I'm talking about, and I just gave examples that we may not have the capacity to give you what you require, because this year we are spending a lot of money in rehabilitating Heroes Stadium. That was just an example. Maybe for your information, that we are hosting the CAA in April this year. So this is where our effort and our energy has gone to. And before we come even to Mukaika constituency, we are going to make sure that all the provincial stadia is done before we come to you. So I wanted just to raise this issue so that other members of parliament will be able to know that we may not come to their constituencies to give them these recreation centers, because our priority lies in the provinces first. Then we come to districts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The last question will be Honorable Member for Dudumwezi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to find out from the Honorable Minister. I heard him stating that the stadium in Northwestern is called Independence Stadium. Why, Minister, should we continue naming Independence Stadium when we have prominent and eminent persons from Northwestern, like Brian Kambita, Elliot Kamondo, our chief whip? So, surely should we continue talking about independence when now we are in the modern era? We have people like Kavindele and the late Mushala. Why should we continue with this independence when every year in, year out, we talk about independence? Honorable Minister, why can't you change the same way we changed independence here in Lusaka to heroes? We have very eminent persons who can be named after that stadium. If you don't have names, you can name it after Edgar Singombe from Dundumwezi. I thank you.
Since it's not a related question, it was a comment. I'm sure the Honorable Minister has taken note. The Honorable Minister, I believe you have an answer.
Just a comment, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. I thought the Honorable Member would say, why don't we name it Nelly Stadium? Because I think he has been looking for names. Honorable Madam Speaker, the issue is we are not naming any stadium. Independence Stadium, we found it was named that it was Independence Stadium. So we have not changed anything. Maybe the question would have been, when are we going to change some of those names? Maybe that could have sounded better. But for now, we have the Independence Stadium, and if there could be a reason why we could change, then we'll sit down and change. And I'm happy that we have Honorable Member of Parliament for Solwezi Central, who may also give us an input in that regard. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. An ongoing process, you can consult. Let's make progress. The next question will be asked by the Honorable Member from Kaika by prior arrangement on behalf of the Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Question number 141.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Lunte asked the Minister of Justice, A, whether the government settled any court matters with other parties through consent judgments between August 2021 and June 2022. B, if so, what the total number of such cases were. C, of the total number of cases at B, how many involved compensating the complainant? And C, how much money had been paid to the complainants as of 30th June 2022. Madam Speaker, we respond as follows. I wish to inform the House that A, government did settle a number of court cases with other parties through consent judgment between August 2021 and June 2022, as is the usual practice. B, the total number of consent judgments entered into by the government with other parties during the period under review is 32, as attached in Annex A. C, out of the 32 cases in which government settled through consent judgments with other parties between August 2021 and June 2022, the government has compensated 9 complainants. D, the records show that the money paid to the complainants as of 30th June 2022 is 6,546,471 kwacha and 55 ngwe. The House may also wish to note that a consultant has been engaged in response to the presidential directive to dismantle domestic arrears to carry out an audit of the compensation and awards debt. The terms of reference include verifying debt obligations and the authentic accuracy and completeness of the same. The audits have since commenced. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Shiwangando.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and we appreciate the response from the Honorable Minister. May I find out from the Honorable Minister, through you, Madam Speaker, whether now it has become a standard practice that people who are discharged on knowledge can also get to settle with government and seek for compensation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, whilst the question is very broad, I will endeavor to respond to it. To my knowledge, the Learned Attorney General's Chambers, that is mandated to represent government in matters where there are claims against it, treats each matter on its own merits. If the honorable member had spoken specifically about a matter and its facts, perhaps we would have gone into a little more detail on that. But as it stands, each case is looked at on its own merits. I'm aware that aside from being discharged on knowledge, certain individuals would have been treated in such a manner by the state in previous times as to warrant claims, for example, for unlawful detention and similar claims which are annexed to the matters pursuant to which we have seen actions being commenced against the Attorney General. So that would inform the basis upon which compensation is awarded. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, for me, I just want to find out, are you able to indicate to the House what the nature of these claims were, and then what motivated the state to enter into court and settlement with the claimants? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The nature of the claims are wide and varied. Suffice to say that from in the immediate past, even prior to the period that is under consideration, we have seen an upswing of cases that arise from violation of the rights of citizens. For instance, as we speak now, we have certain cases arising from extrajudicial killings that are under consideration. These are killings that took place predominantly in the years 2019, 2020, just leading up to the election. There were a number of them where police exceeded their mandate. We also have a number of cases arising from unlawful and over detention. Again, very predominant during the last period that I spoke of. And these are the ones that we are seeing a lot of claims for compensation in respect of. There are also many, many cases relating to malicious prosecution that were settled in that period. I think, Madam Speaker, that gives a clear picture of why we see these sort of cases and the compensation that follows. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Zambezi East.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, I just want you to help us distinguish between the two. There is a case of unlawful detention and the case of malicious prosecution. Now, between the two, which one would one utilize for claiming from the state? And what's the general rule surrounding this? Because in as far as I know, as a layman, if one is detained for a long period and they have not been tried, then they have not maliciously been prosecuted. Would anyone among those you have there, is there anyone that ever claimed who could have been in such a situation where they were detained for a long time?
Not be brought before a court of law until, for example, a habeas corpus application is taken before the court of law, and finally these individuals are released. Most of the cases you find that families did not even know where these individuals were being held, and then this brings in the aspect of malice in the manner in which the criminal proceedings were undertaken against them. And speaking to the question of discharge then coming, at the point when these individuals would ordinarily begin trial, the state would enter a nolle, despite the fact that these persons would have suffered the indignity of being tried, well, of being arrested and of being detained for prolonged periods. So this is a trend, and a very predominant trend that the state appeared to have been involved in the recent past. But luckily, now with a new approach to criminal justice, we are seeing less of these cases. So the prosecution, I beg pardon, Madam Speaker, the cases that were subject of this conversation that we are speaking of came in the period immediately preceding, mostly immediately preceding August 2021. This is why they are being sorted out now. I would also want to point out, Madam Speaker, that it is not only these cases relating to unlawful detention and the criminal justice process that we see. We have, for the information of the House, a backlog of cases of varying nature, which the compensation fund is expected to pay. And these are in the staggering amount, of course, historic cases prior to August 2021, which is the period under review in this question. But for the information of the nation, you'll find that we have in excess of 5.7 billion kwacha in outstanding claims which were resolved by consent in the immediate period preceding August 2021. So that should give a complexion of the level at which the compensation fund is encumbered. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chipiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I want to find out from you, you have mentioned of unlawful detention, prolonged detention. How long could you describe a detention legal, so that we understand whether it's 5 days, 6 months, to be legal, so that we don't take the government to court? Thank you.
I think we should have a seminar for law here. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
With pleasure, Madam Speaker. The rule of thumb, Honorable Member, is that firstly, the Constitution provides for a reasonable time in which one must be brought before a court of law when accused of a criminal offense. And I was saying the rule of thumb is a period should not exceed 48 hours. However, in these matters that we are speaking of, the standard period would be something in the range of 14 days before an individual's whereabouts are even known by the family and persons of concerned with their well-being. Many of the cases which had to go to habeas corpus, to the High Court, to order the release of the individuals were in excess of 30 days detention before being brought to a court of competent jurisdiction for trial. So quite clearly, that amounts to unlawful detention, especially where malice is included in the criminal prosecution process. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mkaika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you so much for your response. My question is on the compensation part, where you said some people were compensated, those who won the case. But now, my question is, are you going to treat those who are being detained now the same way as you did, and that suppose they win or their detention was unlawful, are you going to compensate them? Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although the Honorable Member is requiring me to respond to a hypothetical situation that has not occurred yet and is therefore purely speculative, that being said, the answer to your question, Honorable Member, Madam Speaker, through you, Madam Speaker, the law is blind. It is not as though the individuals tasked with the responsibility of managing the compensation and awards fund do so blindly or do so arbitrarily, beg pardon. They do certainly act blindly in accordance with the provisions of the law. And the Compensation Fund Act number 43 of 2016 is very clear as to what the criteria are to be used in determining how compensation is paid. You may want to look at Part 4 in particular of that act. I can provide you a copy if you so wish, Honorable Member. And it's very clear on the processes to be followed. The nation might want to know in the process that the final determination of who gets paid is by the committee. And so even as the officers from the Ministry of Justice make recommendations for payment, ultimately the decision is by the committee, which comprises of specific individuals as set out in the law, including completely independent persons. So the process is transparent and it's not dependent on any individual whims. It's the law that decides. So should that hypothetical situation come to pass anytime in the future, the law will dictate. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, 5.3 billion kwacha is just too much an envelope on the head of the Treasury. What is the new Dawn government and indeed your ministry doing to ensure that there is reduction in such claims in future? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The claims arise from the proper application of the rule of law, or the lack thereof in this particular instance. As the New Dawn government, His Excellency the President has been very clear and has made policy pronouncements even in this House that we stand by the rule of law. That is the first point of call. Second, there needs to be a lot of diligence in the manner in which we enter into certain obligations as a state. And again, that comes back to the clear policy guideline given by His Excellency. Even in the 8th National Development Plan, we have made it clear as the New Dawn administration that the 4th pillar, which is the governance pillar under the Ministry of Justice as custodian, will be observed so as to bring some, I was going to use the word sanity, but I'll say order instead, in the manner in which the affairs of the nation are conducted. So, Honorable Member, Madam Speaker, through you, it's a matter of proper governance and leadership, which is what we, as the New Dawn government, have brought already. These claims, as I said, 5.7 billion, are historical, and in terms of trying to dismantle the claims, Madam Speaker, each year there is a budget reallocation, though a drop in the ocean, but a commitment to try and resolve this. In the 2022 budget, an amount of 300 million kwacha was allocated towards this. In 2023, we have been allocated 500 million kwacha. So we are sorting out matters that we did not create, but we are a responsible government and will see it done. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We have exhausted our order paper. I honor the Vice President. Adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any objection? Any debate? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Where we come to an end today's business, but before we leave, a recap of what has been considered on the floor of the House, and business resumed at 14:30.
And so we had one announcement by Honorable Madam Speaker that on Tuesday, 14th February 2023, she reminded the House that on the request by the Ministry of Technology and Science for members to indicate areas of priority in their constituencies that require construction of communication towers in order to improve communication. This is yet another reminder, and as earlier stated, The information should be submitted to the Journals and Table Office Department by close of business tomorrow, Friday, 17th February 2023.
After that reminder by Madam Speaker, she did permit the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Internal Cooperation to render a ministerial statement, and it was the Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and Internal Cooperation, Honorable Mulambe Haimbe, who rendered this ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was on the welfare of the Zambian nationals in Turkey. And I did begin by highlighting what really made this ministerial statement. It did say that it was due to the matter of urgent public importance, which was raised by Honorable Joe Chibuye, MP for Ron constituency, and updated the August House on the welfare of the Zambian nationals in the Republic of Turkey following the devastating earthquake.
The minister reminded the House that on Monday, 6th February 2023, Gaziantep province of southern Turkey was hit by a 7.8 magnitude earthquake around 04 hours, and so the Turk Disaster and Emergency Management Authority has so far reported nearly 35,500 deaths, while casualties continue to be reported due to the devastating effect of the calamity.
And the minister did further say that the immediate aftermath of the earthquake, the embassy of the Republic of Zambia in Ankara carried out a check on all non-Zambian nationals in Gantape, who are mostly students, and he was pleased to inform the August House that no Zambian national was reported to have lost their lives from the earthquake.
He went on to inform the House that on 10 February 2023, the embassy evacuated to Ankara an additional 3 Zambian students who are currently pursuing their studies in Kayseri city of Turkey, and that the latest evacuation exercise brings the total number of students under the care of the government of the Republic of Zambia through the commission in Ankara to 9.
And the minister did call upon all parents and guardians of the affected students, as well as members of the public and the diaspora, to be rest assured that his hardworking government will make sure that the safety and well-being of the Zambian in Turkey is safeguarded. And the ministry wishes to state that there are a number of about 150 non-Zambian nationals in Turkey, mainly comprising students pursuing their studies at various universities across the country, as well as former students. However, only 108 are actually registered with the Zambian embassy in Ankara.
The minister said that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation remains actively seized with this matter, and reiterated a call to all Zambian nationals who may have not registered with the embassy to do so in order to enable the mission account for them.
After that ministerial statement on regarding the earthquake in Turkey, Madam Speaker did permit the Minister of Health to render a ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was on the COVID-19 situation in Zambia. Let's go to the details of that ministerial statement, Matimba.
And so the minister said that on Tuesday, 14th February 2023, the Honorable Speaker directed that a ministerial statement be issued on the national status with regards to the COVID-19 situation, so that She noted that the government of Zambia, through the Ministry of Health, working closely with the Zambia National Public Institute through a multi-sectoral approach, which is currently responding to outbreaks of measles, cholera and scabies. And so in addition to the ongoing COVID-19 epidemic in various parts of the country, the ministry is also on high surveillance alert for polio, following the isolation of circulating polio virus in sewer samples from Kitwe and Mufulira.
The minister did further update the House that as of 15 February 2023, the nation had recorded a cumulative total of 342,511 cases, 813 of whom are currently active, and a total of 4,052 deaths. To note that the total of 23 COVID-19 deaths have been reported in 2023. And over the 813 currently with active infection, 10 are hospitalized with 4 needing oxygen, while the rest are under home management. And she did say that there's a reduction in positivity over the last few weeks from the highest of 8% in the week of 19th to 15th January 2023 to the current 3.9%.
And so the minister informed the House that for the country to maintain the gains it has made in the fight against COVID-19, the government has put in place the following measures. And the first one is active case finding and enhanced surveillance across the country to ensure early detection, confirmation and referral of cases for prompt and appropriate care.
Others being capacity building for all our frontline health workers in the country, with the continuing monitoring and training of the newly recruited staff to maintain high standards of care in the facilities and mitigate the impact this may have on other essential health services.
The other one is that community engagement of the population using local structure and media platforms with an emphasis on vaccination for all eligible individuals. And the last one is continued vaccination and provision of booster doses across all age groups in the country.
Those are some of the measures that the Ministry of Health has put in place, and considering the route of transmission, continued risk of infection and current low transmission status of the epidemic, the Minister did inform the House that government has proposed the following: the sitting in the Parliament reverts to normal with all physically participating to sit in the main chamber. However, she did say that the option to sit in the side rooms should be granted to those feeling vulnerable to possible infection.
And so the members of Parliament sitting in the main chambers also have been encouraged to wear masks in order to protect themselves and others.
And in conclusion, the Minister of Health did make a clarion call to all stakeholders to remain committed and play their role in ensuring that we all abide to adequate enhanced community engagement and get the populations adequately vaccinated when required, as well as remain adherent to suggested public health and social intervention. So those are the two ministerial statements that Madam Speaker permitted to cabinet ministers: one, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, and the Minister of Health, regarding the COVID situation in the country. Let's shift our attention and look at the questions that have been considered on the floor of the House today.
And so the House was supposed to consider question 132, which came from a Chamber Member of Parliament, Mr. Slim Pundu. And so this question has been taken by events. The question went on to consider question 133, and so this question came from a Gwembe Member of Parliament, Mr. Simzingiri, and he directed his question to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. He wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to establish a border post between Zambia and Zimbabwe in Chipepo's area in Gwembe district. If so, when the plans will be implemented, what the estimated cost of the project is, and indeed what the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is. And so the minister did give answers to those questions. He responded to say government has no immediate plans to establish a border post between Zambia and Zimbabwe in Chief Chipepo's area in Gwembe district. And the minister also responded to question B, as the plans will be implemented when conditions are made. The minister went on to answer that the cost is determined by the type of border post earmarked for construction, and he did respond to question D, as the scope of the project will be determined once the estimated time frame for the completion of the project.
Question 134 did come from the Minister, the Member of Parliament for Bwacha, and this is Mr. Sidin Mushanga, and this question was directed to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. He wanted to find out when the tarring of the Kawe Mukonchi Luano Road under the Pedicary Road project will commence, and according to the Minister's response, did say that the tarring of Kawe Mukonchi has been postponed by the Minister of Finance to suspend or to halt debt accumulation. And the B part of the question, what has caused a delay in commencing the project, the Minister did say that has not commenced due to financial challenges. And how many kilometers will be covered under the project, The minister did say that 312 kilometers were earmarked, where the project will include some township roads in Kabwe. The minister did respond by saying that yes, this will include 20 kilometers township roads in the said area.
Question 135 came from Chama South, a member of parliament, Mr. Mungandu. He directed his question to the Minister of Green Economy and Environment. He wanted to find out why the government issued licenses to timber logging traders in the following areas in Chama district, which form part of the game management area and are ecologically sensitive. That's Chifunda, Mapamba, Chikwa, Pondo, and Fuluza. And in B, he wanted to find out whether there were any consultations on the matter between the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment and the Ministry of Tourism. And so the minister did give answers to those two questions. He responded to say government through the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment has not issued any concession licenses to timber logging traders in Chifunda, Mapamba, Chikwa, Pondo, and Fuluza game management area in Chama district. He also responded to the B question. He said, arising from the answer in A above, the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment engages the Ministry of Tourism whenever there is consideration for issuing concession licenses in game management areas.
Chama North lawmaker did pose a question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. He wanted to find out when the government will construct policies for the following chiefs in Chama North Parliamentary constituency, that is Mulilo, Chivale, and Lundu. According to the minister's response, it said that yes, government, this will be done by the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and using part of the CDF. And the B part of the question wanted to find out if so, when the plans will be implemented. It is said that no plans, but government will engage other stakeholders to make sure that these are constructed.
Question number 137 came from Chifunawuli, Member of Parliament, Ms. Nyimba, and she directed her question to the Minister of Energy. She wanted to find out whether there are any plans to connect Chishi Island in Chifunawuli Parliamentary constituency to the national electricity grid. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and in C, when the project to connect power to the following areas in the constituency will be completed, and what the cause of the delay in completing the project is. And so we saw the Minister of Energy giving answers to those questions, and he responded to say government through RIA has no plans to connect the Chishi Island in Chifunawuli Parliamentary constituency